Alrighty, here we are. Our first episode of Forbidden History. We're going to be talking a little bit about Woodrow Wilson.
Nice.
Here we are. All right, give me a second. Episode of Forbidden History. We're going to be talking a little bit about. Now, before we get started, Woodrow Wilson is not a very nice person. And the only reason why he pulled off getting elected in the first place, in my opinion, is the fact that there was 4 people running for office, running for the presidency in 1912. The Republicans Party was split behind the incumbent Woodrow Howard Taft, William Howard Taft. He was the Republican incumbent. Uh, he ran, and you had Theodore Roosevelt split off with the Progressive Bull Moose Party. And then you had number 4 in this little 4-way race was a man by the name of Eugene Debs. He was a socialist from Indiana. Now, how it broke down was pretty simple. Woodrow Wilson won 41.8% of the vote. Theodore Roosevelt got 27.4% of the vote. Taft got 23.2% of the vote. Debs got 6% of the vote. Now, that was the election cycle that got him into office. Now, Woodrow Wilson, oh boy, is he he was not a nice guy. I have to keep saying that because he really wasn't.
What kind of concerns got him elected? Like, what were the voters going for? What was he promising that got him elected?
Well, let's go over here and take a look. Okay. He was going by a new freedoms platform that called for tariff reduction, banking reforms, and antitrust regulations. Taft was a more subdued campaign focused on the progressive conservatism of the time. Debs, he was all about getting support out for a whole bunch of socialist policies of the time. Back then, socialist was not as bad, seen in as bad of a light as it is today. It was still something new. And you had Roosevelt and his new nationalism platform. That was pushing for social insurance programs, reduction to an 8-hour workday, robust federal regulations for the economy, and things of this nature.
And what do you mean by that progressive conservatism you were talking about?
Well, if you'll remember, Theodore Roosevelt had been president and brought about progressive conservatism. Progressive conservatism at the time focused more along the lines of conserving the environment for the future. He's the reason, if you remember right, Theodore Roosevelt's why we have the national parks and things of this nature. He also was worried about foreign businesses coming to the United States and getting involved in American businesses and things of this nature. These were things that the progressive conservatism was against. They also were about breaking trust and monopolies. You know, that they wanted to clean up a lot of the stuff that had been going on at the time. And like I said, it was a 4-way run, you know, and by the split between Taft and Roosevelt, that split the Republican vote. I mean, there's no other way to put it, because you had that split over minor differences that just was so different. And the progressive Democrats of Woodrow Wilson was very different than the progressive conservatism. It's really I have a hard time coming up with a way of describing it, uh, other than the fact that one was about centralizing power under the federal government, which was the progressive Democrats. Progressive conservatism was about fuck, returning power to the people, taking power away from both government and from uh, regulatory agencies as well as corporations. That's why they were so big against antitrust and anti-monopolies. They, it was something that they were afraid of.
So almost something sort of populist.
Yes, they are. That is what is now today known as a populist ideology and movement. Um, but at the
Did
time,
they have the whole mentality of like elite versus people?
yes and no.
I mean, that's sort of the thing that's most central, I think, to populism.
Yes. Like I said, when it came to Woodrow Wilson, he was all about elitism. I mean, he he came from a well-to-do family. He went to the best colleges. I mean, he was the president. Let me see, what was the college that he was president of again? Give me a second. Let me pull this back up again.
Oh, but he was the president of some sort of college.
Yeah, he was one of the Ivy League colleges. He was the president of, and I can't remember right offhand. So give me a second, and I'll pull it up.
Well, might as well keep forward. I mean, you've made the point.
But
Which is important.
he was the one that pushed really hard that the whole purpose of college was to make the students as different from their parents as they possibly could be. He was not, I mean, there was a whole bunch of stuff that this man believed that you're like going, wait a minute, he believed what? I mean, the dude was a racist, straight up. I mean, the first movie ever shown in the White House was The Birth of a Nation, and that was a movie that was made glorifying the creation of the Ku Klux Klan. This is the man that uh, segregated the federal government and the United States Armed Forces, including the Navy had never the Navy had never been segregated because the ships didn't have the room to have facilities separating between the color of a person's skin. They barely had enough room to have a separation between officers and enlisted back then. But okay.
That's fun. So that means did that mean that then the officers had to share with the enlisted on both sides?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say I don't think I'm
See,
in the
that's why I
the right
started.
headspace to be here today, so I'm just gonna go. Sorry.
All right. It's all right, son. I love you.
Bye. Love you, Dad.
So as soon as you said that, I kind of pieced together that that's what was going to happen next. Was that then the officers were going to have to share with the enlisted because they were going to enforce it.
Well,
Right.
the officers enlisted in the Navy, like I said, the the differences between the facilities that they had access to was the difference between a hammock and the deck. you know, and the food was pretty much the same food. You just got to eat in a wardrobe, or you ate in it with a bowl sitting on the deck, or you sat in a big mess hall type deal. Um, but when I say he segregated the federal government, I mean it. He fired almost all the black people that worked in the government in positions of authority. There was this one that didn't get fired. His desk was set in the middle of a bullpen where there was a whole bunch of other people's desks, and he made them build a wall around this one black dude's desk. Okay, he did the Les Nessman, but with an actual real wall. If you don't get that, there was this TV show called WKRP in Cincinnati,
Mm.
where all the people that worked there had had desk in a bullpen, and the Les Nessman was their news reporter that wanted his own private uh, office so damn bad he put tape around his desk to be walls, and he would actually take out a set of keys, unlock an imaginary door, open the door up, go in, close the door, go inch his way around his desk to sit down at his desk, and he wouldn't acknowledge anybody that was talking to him unless they came and pretend to knock on the door and open it to talk to him.
I love it. I love it.
Okay.
And eventually he was probably given an office, right?
No.
No.
That was
I mean, all right, for the show, but in reality, with that mindset, you would get
yes. But that was kind of what they did to this one black guy that they didn't fire. They made him they put walls up around his little desk in the bullpen, and segregated the military, which the Army had been desegregated not that long before he resegregated it and segregated the Navy. And like I said, in the Navy back then, a lot of the ships were too small to have separate spaces for people based on the color of their skin. It's one of the reasons why a lot of black people ended up getting pushed into jobs that allowed for, ow, stop it, cat. There now. Like being cooks or cook assistants and things of this nature. It was crazy, you know. Hold on a second.
You all right?
Yeah, I got to write something for Zachary right quick.
Okay. But so we're talking about, we want to keep it focused on the Woodrow Wilson leading up into the rest of his presidency.
Yeah.
So the conditions, like what he was going for that got him elected, and then what he did with that.
Well, mostly, he was pushing the progressive Democrat ideologies, which was centralizing government. And
in what ways?
Now that's harder for me to describe. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, perhaps what he actually accomplished would suffice.
All right. Let's go through the New Freedoms platform that he created. Tariff reforms was one of them. Labor reforms, business reforms, agricultural reforms, and banking reforms. Those were the five platforms. Categories for what he went on. He went out and got the African American people behind him because he acted like he wasn't going to do the segregation stuff and things of this nature. I mean, in many ways, he did a lot of the stuff, the exact opposite of what he campaigned that he was going to do, just like keeping us out of World War One.
But so I'm trying to get first, we're kind of jumping around. What did he promise to do? So you said some categories of what he promised.
Okay, tariff reforms.
So what kind of tariff reforms?
Lowering the tariffs that had been in place since 1857 to go against what at the time was the protectionist lobby that existed in Congress. The labor reforms was the 8-hour work law. 8-hour law for women in the District of Columbia, the Seamen's Act, the Workmen's Compensation for Federal Employees, Federal Child Labor Bill, the Adamson Act. Let's see, what else did he do? He spoke in support of workers organizing as unions. He endorsed that as the betterment of men in this occupation for others and protection of women and the shielding of children and bringing about social justice.
So these seem like a lot of the same kinds of policies that the Democrat Party still has to maybe up to about the 2010s or so.
Yes. Then you had business reform, which was the Federal Trade Commission Act in 1914 that he pushed forward. The Federal Trade Commission to investigate and halt unfair illegal business practices. And he also, the Clayton Antitrust Act. Agricultural reforms that he wanted ended up with the Cotton Futures, the Smith Lever Acts of 1914, the Grain Standards, the Warehouse Acts of 1916.
What are those things?
Okay, let's go to the Smith Lever Act of 1914. It established a system of co-op extension services connected to land grant universities intended to inform citizens about current deployments in agriculture, home economics, public policy, government leaderships, 4-H, economic development, coastal issues.
Okay, so it's like government programs designed to help with agriculture.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So that's all right. So that kind of stuff. I mean, so these things seem like sort of middle of the road, normal kinds of stuff. I mean, maybe even a little bit like historically left leaning. Although we're seeing a bit of a switch up in which party's going for what with regards to working class issues these days. But I mean,
you had
there's a bit of a shakeup because I think that both parties would want to claim those issues still, but I'm not sure who truly. And I mean, and I don't think the point of this particular podcast is.
Yeah. Well, these platforms were good platforms. It's just the fact of what he actually did when he came into power. So I mean, he's also the reason why we got the Federal Reserve System that we have today.
But I think we've kind of got a picture of what he was platforming on.
Mm-hmm.
So now, what happens when he gets elected? So he's got 41%. The next closest is Teddy Roosevelt with 27%, and then it's a pretty steep drop off with two other major candidates.
Yes. Well, he encouraged the Ku Klux Klan's resurrection because at the time it wasn't going that well for the Ku Klux Klan. He's one of the reasons why you had the Ku Klux Klan having that big, huge, the Democrat rally that the Ku Klux Klan led off there in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah. Didn't they endorse the Nazis too? Or no, that was later. That was later.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff that this dude did is pretty nasty. I mean, he imprisoned political opponents, people who spoke out against him. In 1914 and 1918, we wanted to stay out of World War I.
Yeah.
Because it's like, hey, that's their shit. We don't want to fuck with it. He wanted to get involved so bad that he was doing underhanded stuff to get us involved. While publicly running around saying, oh, we're not going to get involved. We're not going to get involved. We'll sell to everybody. And you had the amount of time between the movie reels. He used that time to have somebody stand up and give speeches supporting Woodrow Wilson and say he's going to keep us out of this war. And as soon as he got reelected, they turned around and they were saying, we need to get involved in this war.
I think we're bouncing all around right now. I think we need to focus in on, 1913, the first year.
Let me see if I can pull that.
Why don't we go through this? I think that what you're talking about is in between his two terms, right?
Well, his first term,
the movie theater stuff was kind of like in between the two terms, right?
Yeah, that was when he was running for re-election.
I think first we need to talk about his first term, and might as well do that chronologically.
All right, let's see what we can do then. Let me find where I put everything. Nope. Where is it? I can't find where I put my notes. Because I've got some bullet points that I was going by. Because as soon as he came into office, he segregated. And that, to me, just drives me nuts that he did that. He also he also sidestepped the Constitution in a lot of ways. He believed in an imperial presidency. Well, actually, not really an imperial presidency. He liked his favorite book was Philip Drew, Administrator, and he believed that's how the presidency should be. That he knows better than everybody else, and he should just be able to rule by diktat.
Much like most of your audience, I'm not sure who. Well, I'm not sure what that book contains. I haven't read it myself.
Okay, let me see if I can find the name of the author of Philip Drew, Administrator. If you guys get a chance to look up um, Edward Bernays, he was also somebody that. There it is. Because if I remember right, you can find this Philip Drew, Administrator. It's Philip Drew, Dru, Administrator, A Story of Tomorrow. Written by, where's the guy's name again? Edward Mandell House. He wrote it. It was a futuristic political novel that was published in 1912. The full title of the book is Philip Drew, Administrator, A Story of Tomorrow, 1920 to 1935. It was a futuristic political sci-fi type thing where you had Philip Drew gets in power and is operating like an administrative state where all the power is centralized in him, and he's running the federal government like a spider in a web type deal, where his word was law.
Okay.
He it was pretty intense. He advocated a social autocracy where ideal outcome was that communism thing in Europe. In his views, he wanted to rule by decree without the pesky Constitution getting involved, where he had to go and do stuff through getting laws passed in Congress. Because he felt that slowed the process down of getting what needed to be done.
Yeah. I mean, we've kind of heard similar rhetoric from people like Trudeau lately.
Yes. We don't need these pesky elections all the time. Once I got in charge, I'm in charge until I decide that there should be another election. That's pretty much the mindset he had. A lot of people think that FDR was the first one that did the internment camps. No. FDR just did it most recently. This guy did the internment camps back in the day. I mean, if you guys take the time to do your research on Woodrow Wilson and get to see some of, right now, I'm just going to be hitting on some of the highlights.
What's the thing? Song of the South. Birth of a Nation. That's right.
Birth of a Nation. It was the first movie he showed that was ever shown in the White House. It was Birth of a Nation. And that was the story of the foundation of the Ku Klux Klan. And he was a racist. There's no other way to put it.
I mean, to be honest, though, that's the only thing I've really heard about Woodrow Wilson that I remember as a fact is that, I mean, it's long enough ago that I get a little fuzzy on the details of which president, did what, like there's the very earliest part of American history. And then there's the most recent part. And then there's like the middle, I get a little fuzzy on some of the details on who did what kind of a deal. And Woodrow Wilson is definitely one of those that I don't think about very much.
And
maybe that's by design.
Yeah, it is. They don't teach the stuff in school about what he did. I mean, when he segregated the federal government, I mean, he fired a humongous amount of federal employees that were black. He got rid of blacks who had made rank, because there were officers that were black that went bye-bye because of him. He just wasn't a good person. And he put what he wanted ahead of everything else that was good for the world. a lot of people don't realize, the problems that we have in the Middle East today came from him. Sykes-Picot is one of the Sykes-Picot Treaty that drew the modern borders there in
The Middle East, yeah, like
the Middle East came from him and
was
his
that
his
died?
drive for creating the League of Nations. I mean, he threw everything out the. Everybody talked about the 17 points that caused the Germans to say, "Okay, let's stop the war and we go by this."
The
Well,
17 points in what?
oh shoot, let me see if I can find it. Nope, that's not it. Let's see. It was World War One, ending it. Wilson's points. Let's see if I can find it.
I feel like as a person who, like I got good grades in school. I studied what I was supposed to study, and I did the things, and I did like I do remember some stuff about like World War I and World War II, and like New Deal and a
The
variety.
14 points. I'm sorry. It was the 14 points, not the 17.
But like I feel like I kind of want to get in here with
Okay, I'll read
year.
them.
I want to get like a year by year, like a sense of like, okay, start of his presidency, second year, third year, fourth year, new election, and then the next term. And I kind of want to
I'd
get
love
like,
to do that, but at the moment, I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
have all that written down right now. Uh,
okay,
right now, I'm just hitting on some of the high points of the stuff that he did.
okay,
The 14 points that to end war that was used to, as in many ways, it was just propaganda because he didn't back it up when it came time to do the peace treaty to end World War One. But the 14 points, the first point was open convents of peace, openly arrived at, after which there shall be no private international understandings of any kind, but diplomacy shall proceed always frankly and in the public view. 2. Absolute freedom of navigation upon the seas, outside of territorial waters, alike in peace and in war, except as the seas may be closed in whole or in part by international action for the enforcement of international convents. 3. The removal, so far as possible, of all economic barriers and the establishment of an equal, equality of trade conditions among all the nations consenting to the peace and associating themselves for its maintenance. 4. Adequate guarantees given and taken that national armaments will be reduced to the lowest point consistent with domestic safety. 5. A free, open minded, and absolutely impartial adjustment of all colonial claims based upon a strict observance of the principles that in determining all such questions of sovereignty, the interest of the populations concerned must have equal weight with the equitable claims of the government whose title is to be determined. 6. The evacuation of all Russian territory and such a settlement of all questions affecting Russia as will secure the best and freest cooperation of the other nations of the world in obtaining for her an unhampered and unembarrassed opportunity for the independent determination of her own political development and national policy, and ensure her of a sincere welcome into the society of free nations under the institutions of her own choosing, and more than a welcome assistance also of every kind that she may need and may herself desire. The treatment accorded Russia by her sister nations in the months to come will be the acid test of their goodwill, of their comprehension of her needs as distinguished from their own interest, and of their intelligent and unselfish sympathy. 7. Belgium, the whole world will agree, must be evacuated and restored without any attempt to limit the sovereignty which she enjoys in common with all other free nations. No other single act will serve as this will serve to restore the confidence among the nations in the laws which they themselves set and determined for the government of their relations with one another. Without this healing act, the whole structure and vitality of international law is forever impaired. 8. All French territory should be freed and the invaded portions restored, and the wrong done to France by Prussia in 1871 in the matter of Alsace-Lorraine, which has unsettled the peace of the world for nearly 50 years, should be righted in order that peace may once more be made to secure the interest of all. 9. The readjustment of the frontiers of Italy should be effected along clearly recognizable lines of nationality. 10. The people of Austria-Hungary, whose place among nations we wish to see safeguarded and assured, should be accorded the freest opportunity of autonomous development. 11. Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro should be evacuated, occupied territories restored, Serbia accorded free and secure access to the sea, and the relations of the several Balkan states to one another determined by friendly counsel along historically established lines of allegiance and nationality, and international guarantees of the political and economic independence and territorial integrity of the several Balkan states should be entered into. 12. The Turkish portions of the present Ottoman Empire should be assured a secure sovereignty, but the other nationalities which are now under Turkish rule should be assured an undoubted security of life and an absolutely unmolested opportunity of autonomous development, and the Dardanelles should be permanently opened as a free passage to the ships and commerce of all nations under international guarantees. 13. An independent Polish state should be erected, which should include the territories inhabited by the indisputably Polish populations, which should be assured a free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international convent. 14. A general association of nations must be formed under Pacific convents for the purposes of affording mutual guarantees of political independence and territorial integrity to a great and small states alike, which is basically the League of Nations. That was all he cared about making was the League of Nations.
And some of that other stuff was the formation of Yugoslavia, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Serbia, a lot of people don't know this, but Serbia started World War One. They got rewarded with becoming Yugoslavia.
Okay. So I do remember from my history lessons that somebody shot Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
Yes,
and then
a
there was
Serbian.
a series of treaties on multiple sides that led to the escalation of conflict. And then we had World War One and Germany against the world, and they almost won, and yada yada. America stepped in, and yay.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to the details beyond that, honestly, it's been a long time, and I forget a lot of it.
Well, what happened was a Serbian nationalist, the Black Hand, assassinated uh, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, who was the heir to the Austrian-Hungarian Empire.
Okay.
That whole thing was one of those things of, wait a minute, they tried to shoot him when he went down the road the first time, and the dumb motherfucker turns around and goes back by where they tried to shoot at him. Oh, but they did that because Serbia saw there was two weak men of Europe at the time, and that was the Habsburg monarchy, which was the Austria-Hungarian Empire. The term ramshackle empire really fit for Austria-Hungary, but it also fit the Ottoman Empire. Both were old and starting to show their signs and falling apart because the Habsburgs that ruled Austria-Hungary had started to become very unpopular.
Did they already have the jaw?
Say again?
Did they already have the Habsburg jaw?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not all of them, but a good number of them did.
So they would have been identifiably and famously, like different.
Well, the inbreeding was not as bad at that point anymore because they kind of figured out, hey, we got to stop this before it gets any worse. But no, when I say that they had gotten extremely weak, I mean they got really the they were too spread thin when it came to the way things were going. There was already the beginnings of signs of Austria-Hungary breaking into back into Austria and Hungary and be two separate political groups.
Mm.
That the dual monarchy was literally on its last legs. That's one of the reasons why the death of Franz Ferdinand caused such a major issue. Was the fact he was the only one that both sides could agree to, and I mean the last Austro-Hungarian emperor, he only had the job for a very short period of time before it all just went poof. Um, I mean, it was really what led into World War One was a clusterfuck.
Okay.
There's no other way to put it. I mean,
I feel like that's the quote of the day. Like what led into World War One was a clusterfuck, and
well,
so
it's
now
it's
we
it,
have, now we have Woodrow Wilson in his first year in office. And do we have any idea about like what was the progression of things that happened with him?
well when he first came in, like I said, he started consolidating power. When he first his
What,
that was his first term, was his consolidation of power, uh, going
how
in
so?
and firing all the blacks and segregating. Uh, he did push forward stuff from his New Freedoms platform. That stuff did some of that stuff did get pushed through, especially the creation of the Federal Reserve. That was one of his big accomplishments.
He did
Uh,
that.
yes, he did that. That's part of, like I said, centralizing power in the federal government. That was the
Dude,
Federal
you
Reserve.
didn't like. Okay, so if I'm amazed that we're how far into this? We're 37 minutes into this, and you're now mentioning that he had started the Fed.
Yes, because it's just one of the many big nasty things that he did. I mean, the way that the Constitution is written, I mean that's why it's called the Federal Reserve instead of the Bank of the United States, or I should say correctly, the third Bank of the United States, is because we've had the first Bank of the United States. That was one of the big things that Alexander Hamilton pushed for back in the day, and it died. And then you had the second Bank of the United States, which died thanks to Andrew Jackson. It was just one of the many things, one of the things that he did was because the whole thing was that to have the bank, the Secretary of the Treasury was supposed to be able to walk in at any time and call for an audit. And if there was anything wrong, the bank goes away. Well, the laws for the Federal Reserve is the same way, but we've not had a Secretary of the Treasury walk into the Federal Reserve in a very long time and say, we need to audit the Fed.
And so
Which,
gone away.
yeah.
So wait, does that mean that if we go in and audit the Fed, it goes away?
Supposed to be.
That's wild. Oh my God, is that going to happen? That could happen.
My dream is that Trump's going to go make a pilgrimage to Ron Paul, drop to one knee, bow his head, hold his hands up and say, "Oh, great Ron Paul, will you take over the job and be in charge of the Federal Reserve and auditing it? Oh, great Ron Paul."
I mean, okay, look, if I were, I would just as a gesture of being awesome and generous, I would be like, "Hey, this thing is going to be really fun. Do you want to do it?"
Yes.
Like, I know you want to do it. You've been waiting for this your whole life, and the whole world wants you to do it. Go do it.
Yep. And the problem is, like I said, a lot of people, when it comes to the Federal Reserve, they're the way that they operate and practice is entirely different than the way they're supposed to be operating. But
Oh
hey,
yeah. No, like I mean, the bureaucracies are just out of control. Like I mean,
yes.
I really hope that the recent what was the decision that overturned Chevron? I forget the name of it, but whatever that recent Supreme Court decision is that overturned that. I mean, it hasn't hit yet because the court cases haven't come through, but that's going to be
Well,
that's going.
like I said, one of the big things about Woodrow Wilson was the creation of the administrative state. That's where it got started.
All right, so
Was
you got the
Wilson.
Fed. What else did he make?
Okay. Let me see if I got pull it up here again. Nope, that's not the one I was looking for. Oh, he's also the reason why we have the White House press dinner. That was another one of the big things that he did. In fact, he stated that the reason why he created it was in hopes of making the White House press, the people that reported on the goings and ons there at the White House, to make them friends.
Well, hold on. I mean, the Fed has inflated the currency by 96%. What has the White House press dinner done?
Well, that's easy to explain. Back in the day, the White House press pool was very critical of the White House and the president, especially. You know how the press treated Trump while he was in office, how they treated George W. Bush while he was in office, how they treated Reagan while he was in office.
Okay, but
Yeah,
look, I feel
the
like
press used to do that with all the presidents, including George Washington. Okay.
Okay, low key though, I feel like George Bush kind of had it coming.
Well, there was a lot of stuff that they said about him that just
All right,
over the top.
I get you that maybe they were over the top, but still, I'm kind of like, I mean, I'm not really on his side or anything, frankly.
Well, I got to meet him while I was in the Navy, and he was not that bad of a person back in the 90s when I met him before he really did anything political. Uh, it was when his father was running for re-election that he ended up deciding to get back into politics because he had tried to get into politics earlier and it flopped because that was him and Laura's honeymoon was them riding around in a car around the district that he was running for a House district position seat, and they had spent their honeymoon riding around, campaigning, and it fell through, and he lost pretty badly. So he decided not to do politics, and his dream job was to be the commissioner of baseball.
Shouldn't have gone for the Dukakis brand jet ski.
Yeah, but but like I said, he felt that as an American, all American boys need to know the rules of baseball, and I was like, I know how to play the game. That's all I care about. I don't need to know the rules.
That's what that means, though. That's the same, literally.
But yeah, I mean, he wasn't that bad of a dude. But that's we're digressing. But yes, the whole White House press dinner thing. Yeah, it doesn't seem that much, but it was his attempt to defang the press and the media from reporting about the fucked up shit he was doing.
And so that ultimately led us to a position where for decades now we've had presidents that have just kind of been able to like say whatever to the public and do whatever behind the scenes.
Exactly.
And objectively led to the positions we are in right now with $35 trillion in debt and counting. And we have some very, very, very extremely serious consequences that have happened all in the time since then.
Yes.
And so the press dinner maybe actually is really serious.
Yeah, it is. That's why I'm mentioning it. Another one of the things that was an everlasting fallout from Woodrow Wilson was a guy by the name of Edward Bernays. Okay. Edward Bernays wrote a book called On Propaganda. Guess what was Joseph Goebbels' Bible? He worshiped. Christians like to read the Bible for support.
Mm.
They'll even have little bookmarks and thumb tabs all throughout it to be able to go back to passages that mean so much to them.
Yeah. Psalm
Joseph
20.
Goebbels did that with Edward Bernays' book on propaganda. Bernays is the guy that changed American culture in a great many ways. When you think of the quintessential American breakfast, what is it?
I don't know, like eggs, bacon.
Do you know what the actual quintessential American breakfast was before Bernays got involved?
I mean, I would imagine grits is probably part of it.
No, it was a
No?
piece of toast and a cup of coffee.
Huh. Okay.
That
Even
was
for
the
the children?
primary, quintessential American breakfast at the
What,
time.
what did the kids have?
Pretty much the same thing.
Coffee too?
Hmm. Coffee
What?
was a
They
coffee
wouldn't have
was
started your time.
everybody drank it,
Yeah.
but
I mean, it supposedly stunts your growth. Is that even true?
I don't think so.
I mean,
So if I look at my little sister Laura Jane, who's barely 5'2", and she drinks coffee like a sailor, like a chief petty officer in the Navy, it's possible, if I only use her as a reference.
how she manages to swallow while cursing will always mystify.
Yes. But no, I'm ex-Navy, so I can say this in all surety. If coffee was to disappear, every chief in the damn Navy and a and every senior chief and every master chief in the Navy would go completely insane, and we'd end up with zombie land. I'm telling you, we'd end up with zombie land. There's no coffee to keep them in check. They'd be running around screaming and going and attacking people. It wouldn't be pretty because they live off of their coffee. But yes, the quintessential morning breakfast for an American was coffee and toast. Bernays got hired, and they were like, "We need to sell more eggs and bacon because bacon and eggs and things of this nature was a supper dish that you ate before you went to bed." Because people make fun of this. You had breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper.
Okay, when I think about human metabolism, like when does your body need protein? Your body needs protein when it's going to rebuild itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
When does your body need carbohydrates? When it needs to burn something for energy. It actually makes more sense to have carbs in the morning and protein and fat at night. So, I mean, I gotta say, the idea that eggs and bacon is a dinner meal is an argument I intend to have with someone in the future.
Well, it's one of my favorite meals to make at night is a nice bake.
And it's perfect. Like, I mean, I do dancing. So, like, I mean, I've been blues dancing for 16 years. Like, I mean, there are some times where there's like a weekend event, and I'll be dancing for 5 hours one night, 6 hours the next night, and another 5 hours the next night. I mean, like, my legs need protein at that point. Like, there's damage; it needs to repair.
Yes.
It's muscle tissue. I've been using it. It needs work. So, like, I mean, eggs, bacon, I mean, the body craves what it needs, and like protein rich foods are perfect for the nighttime. I mean, it just makes sense to me. Like, especially if you're like blue collar, you're working, you're doing stuff with your body all day, and then you get home at night, like, you want steak and eggs.
Exactly. And but and Bernays is also the person who had, yes, women smoked. They smoked just as much as men did. They just didn't do it in public. For the same reasons why nobility did not play woodwind instruments. Because in the have you ever watched somebody play the flute? How they have to make their lips move as they're blowing into the flute? It looks kind of sexual. Whenever you're smoking a cigarette, it looks kind of, sexual. So women would smoke in private amongst other women. They didn't smoke in public. Well, Edward Bernays changed that at the Macy's Day Parade. He had a whole bunch of women marching in lockstep. They would stop, light up a cigarette, take a pull, let it out. Take a pull, let it out. You know that? Have you seen the Harry Potter movies where those hot chicks came from France and how they did that whole ah ah ah
Yeah.
thing? Okay, they did that with cigarettes. And if you can find it, there is actual uh, black and white video of these women doing this at the parade because they showed it on Blaze TV years ago, where they were talking about who Edward Bernays was and the things that this guy was instrumental in doing, and how propaganda became such a big deal, and how it inspired the little man with the funny mustache that Trump keeps getting compared to all the time, and Joseph Goebbels. Now, Mussolini, when he created,
Because arguably, I mean, Goebbels was arguably the more evil.
yeah, well,
Probably instrumental in a lot of the evil that gets attributed to the little mustache man.
mm-hmm. And
Not to say he was innocent by any measure.
oh God, no, he was.
Yeah. Oh God.
He was the demigod that inspired all of it.
Yeah, like they were both.
It's just the
pretty
fact
dang
that
instrumental.
Goebbels was able to.
Goebbels was mad. Goebbels was not right in like the most.
He was a
severe...
true believer. I mean, there's a book called True Believer.
Well, which was he the which was the medical guy?
Mengele.
Mengele. Okay. So and then Goebbels was the camps
propaganda and information minister.
Okay, so who is
his wife is the one that
who is the architect of the camps? The camps.
Ah, shoot.
Does it start with an H?
Himmler.
Huh?
Himmler. Himmler was the head of the SS who came up with the extermination camps. If I remember right.
Okay.
He was a chicken farmer who wanted to be a soldier, but he was too young to have joined World War I. He also fainted at the sight of blood.
Well, it expires the showers.
Yeah. Do you know who George Bernard Shaw is? The playwright?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard the name. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with any of his work, though. I don't know that I've read any of his work or seen any of his plays, but I've definitely heard the name of Bernard Shaw.
The evil bastard that helped inspire a lot of the stuff that Hitler did. He's also one of the people who was a big supporter of Woodrow Wilson. And a lot of the stuff that he pushed as a member of the Fabian Socialist was stuff that Woodrow Wilson ran with. This is the guy who was saying that people every 5 years needed to be taken before a panel and asked, Sir or Madam, can you explain to us all why we should allow you to continue to live? That was George Bernard Shaw. There's actual video of him on YouTube making these statements when he came to the United States. He talked about how much he hated the United States Constitution and how it needed to be gotten rid of so people like Woodrow Wilson could fix everything that was wrong in the world. That government shouldn't have any kind of restriction on it doing what it believes was the right thing to do. And all of these people are what inspired Mussolini to create the fascist political party in Italy. I'm not saying that. Mussolini said that. But a lot of the stuff that Woodrow Wilson did while he was in charge of the United States inspired this evil that came about later because they were able to look back on it. I mean, I've said this before, but I don't know if I've said it with you, but one of the reasons why Hitler thought he could get away with exterminating the Jews was the Armenian genocide. Because he said, look at how they responded to the Armenian genocide. They're not going to respond to this. And that's why he believed he could get away with it. But a lot of people that talk about the Armenian genocide ignore the Greek genocide that happened, the Syrian genocide that happened at the same time, where they were going after the Christians in Syria, and they were going after the the ethnic Greeks that were in areas that were still part of Turkey. Uh, I still believe that one of the reasons why Hemingway had such a really bad life and why he ended up killing himself is the fact that he witnessed the Armenian genocide. He was on a cruise ship that had pulled back from the docks and the piers, and people trying to get away from the fires of the port city that was burning was jumping into the water, and they were crying out in terror and pain at night, and the ship's crew would take their spotlights and sweep it across, and when they swept it across, the people would be quiet for a little while. And Hemingway wrote about this stuff in his memoirs and how it affected him. This, like I said, there was a lot of evil that has gone on in this world that's ignored, that was worse than in many ways than some of the other stuff that people want to focus on and just focus on that and ignore everything else, which really frustrates me. I mean, if you look at the number, Hitler's numbers are rookie numbers when you compare them to Stalin, who killed, what was it, 13 million Ukrainians in a 9-month period of time with the Holodomor. There's the 30 million that was killed during his purges. Then you got the Mao Zedong numbers. You got the Pol Pot numbers. What was the Idi Amin's numbers? I mean, there are these tyrants that did horrible things that make what Hitler did look insignificant. That's not to take away from what Hitler did, but you're not acknowledging the evil that these other people have done. Evil is evil. I don't care who does it. I don't care what flag is flying that they've got in their arm, holding it up, waving it around when they're doing evil. It's still evil. Wounded Knee was evil. That was another reason why the Second Amendment is so flipping important, is to keep stuff like that from happening. Why did Wounded Knee happen? They went in there to take the guns away from the American Indians. And, oh God, that was another massive clusterfuck that they tried to cover up. So many of the soldiers that was responsible for Wounded Knee got nominated and were going to be awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for heroism under the fire and all this other stuff when they were there butchering people. Oh God, I need to calm down before I start cussing again. Wait, I like to cuss, but I'm not. I need to calm down, focus, calm down, focus. We're talking about Woodrow Wilson. I'm sorry I digressed. Please forgive the mental derailing that just went on there. But anyway, Wilson did some. I mean, we're still dealing with some of the evil stuff that this guy did back then that most people don't notice. I mean, we got World War II because of Woodrow Wilson. And, oh, shoot. There you go. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Did you get Duck of Death on there?
I mean, batteries are a limited resource. It was my bad.
Oh, okay.
It was truly my bad.
But like I said, there's stuff that Woodrow Wilson caused that we're still dealing with. Sykes-Picot. Go look up Sykes-Picot when you get the chance.
So I guess what I'm looking for is the clearest view of what Woodrow Wilson did, and so I mean, he was Democrat. The Republicans didn't win, the Bull Moose didn't win, but I mean, probably they split the electorate on those lines, and then there was another candidate.
Yes, the socialist guy got, I think, like 6% of the vote.
And Bull Moose Party is probably one of those famous times which is used by the Democrats and Republicans to argue against third parties these days.
Exactly.
Okay.
But like I said, there was some stuff that this guy, I mean, the Sykes-Picot, if you go look it up, ISIS brought that up. with a lot of the violence that they were doing. They actually were on the site of the Sykes-Picot line, pointing to it and talking about Sykes-Picot as they were talking about why they were doing the evil shit that they had been doing. And I was like, "Holy crap! They know the history. They know history here because even though it happened almost 100, it had been over 100 years, they still were talking about it."
And which was
And
Sykes-Picot again?
that redrew the lines in the borders there in the Middle East. There's one weird border that's got this spot where where the border jumps out for no good reason. That was because one of the diplomats refused to move his elbow as they were redrawing the borders. I think
That's the craziest damn reason.
mm-hmm, but that's why it's there. I, the myth is that it was Winston Churchill's elbow that wouldn't move, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Now I
But
wonder. I mean, if it were him, I would wonder if he put it there for a specific reason.
if that's why I say it's a myth. I don't know if it was true or not. But
Yeah, yeah.
it's true that it was a diplomat who wouldn't move his elbow while they were redrawing the maps.
Yeah, and that would be an elegant way to hide some ulterior motive.
Yep. But I mean, I admit I get sidetracked on some of these things because when when the information pops into my head, I got to say it or I'll totally forget it and not go back to it.
Well, here's the trouble with history. History involves a lot of cause and effect relationships that are mostly chronological, but not strictly so. So you
Yes.
might have something from 1895 that's really important in 1910,
Mm-hmm.
or you might have something that was really important in 1910 that's really important in 1913. You might have things that are closely linked in history and further linked in history. And so, like, when we're talking about what matters in 1913, we're going to have to mention things from 2 years before and from 10 years before. But,
Mm-hmm.
like, I think that it would be really helpful to have an idea of what changes he caused year by year in some of the future sessions we'll have of this,
Yeah.
of like what happened in a year by year play by play. And then we can extrapolate the consequences, like the Fed, huge consequences,
Mm-hmm.
like those kinds of things.
Well, what people don't get about, I mean, the concept of the Federal Reserve is a good concept, just like the concept of the Bank of the United States was a good concept. It's just the fact that it became it's too easy to get corrupted, just like any other good concept is too easy to corrupt.
Well, also, this was before fiat currency.
Yeah. Well, what I'm a big believer we need to go back to either a gold standard or a platinum standard or some type of a standard that the money is backed by something other than goodwill.
So, I
Because
mean, I'm inclined to believe that, although I would shirk away from. I think that some of the consequences might be really, really, really rough. While our economy adjusts, just given what our like, I would rather do that after our manufacturing is in check.
yeah, well,
You know.
we need a lot of infrastructure work in this country. That was one of the things when Trump ran the first time. He that was one of the things that when he ran in 2016 he talked about was we need to fix our nation's infrastructure. We had bridges. We still have bridges that are falling to frack down. We've got roads that are deteriorating because they've not been kept up. You've got we need to do something about the electrical system and all those electrical wires that go all over the place that one EMP burst and we're screwed. We're all back in the Stone Age again.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
especially considering the fact we don't even have a lot of this ability to rebuild the material, the factories to build new transformers and things of this nature so we can replace them if something like that was to happen. That's why they say it'll take anywhere from 6 months to 2 years to replace all that stuff if there was an EMP burst. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, between that the time of the EMP burst and time they can replace it all, that's a good 3/4 of the population is going to be dead by that time that they finally get it all back up, if they even can get it back up because of the chaos that came from uh, people turning into dog eat dog. And
Well, so what would you think about this? So, I mean, centralization of power generally leads to, and you know, things like, you know, certain governmental policies have economic impacts, like, you know, I mean, tariffs or no tariffs, you know, trade agreements, all that kind of stuff. You
well,
know, I mean,
tariffs. Okay,
that can it can be pretty complex how that happened, but how would you feel about something where the government had some amount of manufacturing facilities that were paid for by taxpayer dollars that existed in case of emergency?
I
Like,
agree with that. I actually believe that's a good thing.
okay,
Because
okay.
I
That's kind
believe,
of like the America Prepper, America the Prepper Nation kind of a deal.
yes, because right now we only have maybe one or two companies. I think it's just one company right now that's manufacturing ammo here in this country. Uh,
Bullets.
yes, bullets. And
Yeah.
I can't remember who it
There
was.
are a number of other companies who buy those bullets and manufacture fully like ready for market ammo cartridges of different loads and such, but there's only the one that makes the actual like literal bullets.
And
Just in case
that's,
anybody in your audience doesn't understand the distinction.
oh, I'm sorry if that's about that. Uh, money backed by production is what David Forrester just put up. Yeah, if you backed money by that, that would be a good. That's actually backing it by a product instead of just, oh, we're just backing it by good ideas and good feelings. I believe in hard currencies. It's just the way I've. It's why I don't like this whole digital currency stuff that they've been pushing. I mean,
It's
even before Hurricane Helene took out my hometown of Lake Lure and most of the western North Carolina here, uh, I always was saying, well, what happens if there's no power to use that little credit card or that debit card? You're going to be, you're screwed. And one of the biggest things that's come out of the aftermath of Hurricane Helene has been that it's like things that didn't work: electric powered cars, electric powered chainsaws, uh, credit cards and things of this nature. It didn't work. You needed actual cash. You needed gas powered cars. You needed gas powered chainsaws, gas powered moving equipment. All this stuff was necessary to be able to survive in that type of and to survive in that environment right now because it's still there. And I'm looking. That's how I feel about the way our monetary situation is right now. It's one of the reasons why I understand Bitcoin and all these cryptocurrency stuff. I just don't trust it because there's nothing backing it except for good vibes, And it if people decide, oh, I don't trust this money, this type of currency anymore, it's going to go the way of the dodo, just like the American dollar is very close to that right now. When we were it was known as the petrodollar. The oil was bought and sold in what? US dollars. That
Which meant that
gave
there was always a demand for US dollars, so the biggest US export was dollars.
Exactly. That's what kept the US dollar as valuable as a big time currency. I mean,
yeah.
this has happened
But
before.
now
Remember when the pound
recently,
sterling was the money of the world was the
I
pound.
don't I don't remember that. I wasn't alive. But I mean, but yes, like I mean, I get your point, but yeah, no, I literally, I mean, and I think I importantly don't remember that. And like that's something to keep in mind, is that history is is the study of actions taken by people who are at most 100 years old.
Yeah.
You know, and who are mostly about like 30, 40, 50 years old on average. It depends upon who's making the decisions, but like usually history happens on people that have only heard of the issues of the past had.
Yeah, pretty
People
much.
making imperfect decisions. That's why history rhymes.
Well,
You
I've
know,
considered it. There's a book called The Fourth Turning that I think, if you can
yeah, yeah,
find
yeah.
it, it's really good. And it
Weak
talks about,
men make hard times. Hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times. Good times make weak men. Then weak men make hard times again, and the cycle repeats.
exactly. And it's one of the reasons why I look at I look at history and I use that as a way of exp- of looking at what can happen in the future and what actions are going on right now. And my hope was that the election turned out the way it did. But I was terrified it wasn't going to happen that way because if you repeat the lie enough times, people are going to buy it, especially when in my own personal life, somebody who I thought was smarter than to be fooled by repeated lies that had been disproven and debunked over and over and over again.
All
That
right,
she,
look, if we're gonna talk about the current election and that, I do want to be sensitive to the fact that half of the population is breathing a sigh of relief, and half of the population is freaking out because they genuinely believe that he's Hitlerian.
I know
And
that's
I
the
mean,
part
like,
that
and look, it's gonna take time. You are not, there is nothing that you or I can say that's going to disabuse them of that notion immediately. And there is nothing that either of us can say that's going to help them calm down. But I really do wish them the best. And I hope that in time they like everyone else is gonna see that it is just radically false, and things are going to be okay. And things
yeah,
are maybe going to actually be okay and better for civil rights as a result. But there are some specific civil rights that they feel are at jeopardy that now are being fought on the state level too. And so
hmm
like there are individuals who are going to want to make sure that medical exemptions exist for certain kinds of things. Like I know that there's specific things that people are going to want some reassurance on. And so please, I recognize this audience is largely going to be Trump heavy, but please, take care of the people that who are freaking out right now. I realize that you understand they don't need to freak out. Maybe they've said some really messed up stuff to you and about you to your face or not to your face in the past. But even so, they're hurting right now. They're people, they're freaking out. They were deceived. Just help them.
well, I
Take care.
put it this way. Okay, the mainstream media lied to them constantly. We
Yeah.
kept getting told, "Oh, we're sorry, we lied to you about that." What upsets me is when these people are sitting there eating it up, got the nice big bowl full of steaming poo that they keep getting served up by the mainstream media that keeps lying to them, and they're just sitting there going, "Yum yum, eat them up, yum 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 yum." Ooh, there's a whole kernel of corn, yum yum, yum 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 yum. Ooh, a peanut, yum 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 yum, and they keep eating it up, and they keep
Dude, I'm going to say this one. I'm going to say this one, and I think you're going to get it. Jim Carrey was not the villain in the Truman Show.
No, he wasn't. He was the victim and the hero.
Exactly.
It was the media that was putting him in all these positions that was the villain. They
Yes.
they were
And
scripting his
and
life.
such is the truth of the Democratic voter.
That they have been lied to so much that they can't see reality anymore. That's the reason why I pray for them all the time. It's why I don't hold it against them, or I try my best not to hold it against them. But when they
Except to hold it against them, you would need to be without sin yourself. And
exactly,
you know what? Like the 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 unhealthy media organisms that we have behave similarly on the right and the left. I would say that the left-hand side is more extreme by maybe an order of magnitude, but not two orders. You know, like it's somewhere where the there is enough dishonesty in things where you know you couldn't hold yourself up and be the saint in a situation where you were trying to disabuse them of their notions.
Yeah.
You know, like we also have to have some humility,
No, the part that
even in
gets me,
approaching the people.
the
I
part,
just hope there's no violence.
me too. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm terrified of that because I'm sorry, I've been around the fracking planet. I've seen where shit. I mean, I'm not kidding.
Fracking shit.
I have seen a slave market with my own eyes where people were
Where?
being sold in Africa, in Northern Africa, Central Africa. It wasn't pretty. I've seen people that were being executed for being gay. I saw a woman that was raped being executed for oh, I've seen these things and I have nightmares about it. I saw what Saddam Hussein's people did to his own people that when we said if you rise up we'll come in and liberate you. Well, what happened when they rose up and like we told them we was going to do? We stood by and watched as they got butchered. My nightmares of that are intense. But the difference is instead of it being exactly the way I witnessed it, instead of me seeing those Iraqis, those brave Iraqis who, oh, we just lost him again. Those brave Iraqis who stood up, I see my own countrymen. I see my family members. And that's my nightmares. It's one of the reasons why when all these people were sitting there talking about, oh, we're going to end up with a civil war, I was like, oh God, no, please God, no, 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 no. Because no matter how a civil, in many ways, we still haven't recovered from the American Civil War in the 1860s. We're still in many places still fighting that Civil War right now. And to act like a civil war is something you want, it's the people who've never witnessed what war does to other people, have never witnessed what collateral damage does to innocent people. Anybody who's clamoring for war, like Liz Cheney, I'm like, how about you join us on the front line? If you want the war so bad, either you go fight it too, or you send your kids to go fight it. Because it's all us poor people who become enlisted who ends up going and fighting these wars. So I don't want a civil war. I don't want any wars if I can help it. War is hell. War is a crime. Even when you are fighting a just and righteous war, it doesn't change the fact that war is a crime. War is evil. It's a crime against humanity. Even if you're fighting on the side of the angels, you're having to commit war crimes.
That's why it's a last resort.
Exactly. And it upsets me when people want to rush into these things.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah. They
I'm of
they
two
don't
minds.
understand.
I'm of two minds when it comes to what's going on with the Ukraine, just like I am when it comes to Israel. And I'm going to explain what I mean. When the Soviet Union collapsed, the Ukraine inherited a humongous arsenal of nuclear weapons. I'm talking a buku arsenal of nukes. Okay. Now, they agreed to give up their nukes if we would help protect them if Russia ever invaded. And we said yes. But we also told the Russians we would not expand NATO to include the Ukraine. We would never attempt it. So both sides on this fight in the Ukraine are in the wrong, in my opinion. We should never have tried to expand NATO to include the Ukraine, even though the Ukrainians had got to a point where they wanted it.
Yeah,
We
I mean,
made
like,
agreements.
honestly, it seemed like another 30 years and we wouldn't have even needed the old treaties.
Exactly. In many ways, we didn't need the treaties to begin after
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Soviet
yeah.
Union collapsed.
But they were still within living memory. I'm saying within 30 years, they would have been totally irrelevant.
Exactly.
No
Yeah.
one would remember, like if we had just gone 30 more years with peace, we would have it would have just fallen apart.
Yes. Uh, but I'm also the type that thinks that we should have fostered a return of either just getting rid of NATO altogether and replace it with something new. But like I said, we made agreements with the Ukraine to protect them.
I mean, what about a peace treaty that would only take effect if every country agreed?
Well,
That
that's
would
I
just
would
involve that would just involve maintaining current borders, perhaps. I mean, I don't know.
well I like that idea. I really do. But I also am looking at this as a fact that we've got to look at there are no bad guys and no good guys in this. It's it's another clusterfuck that I mean, for fuck's sake, there was going to be peace between Russia and the Ukraine, and the Biden administration pushed it say no, don't agree to this peace treaty
Yeah, yeah.
because the British was talking about how everybody was agreeing to a treaty, and then the Biden administration representatives came and said no, you can't do that. So I'm looking at this trying to go as what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to be as kind as possible, but we've got people that, in many ways, it feels like they're using the blood of innocent people to laundry money, and that freaks me out. I mean, it was bad enough you had Biden sitting there talking about he held all this aid money over their heads to make them fire their main prosecutor who was investigating the company that Hunter Biden was had a position on their board of directors.
Yeah, yeah. I forget what's that guy's name again. Um,
But
Shoot, what's the name of the prosecutor?
I can't remember his name. Let me look it up.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but he's like on camera saying, bragging about this. And it was $1 billion of aid to Ukraine that he was threatening to withhold. He was bragging about it on stage, saying, I'm going to leave in 6 hours. And, if you haven't fired that prosecutor by then, you could say goodbye to the day. It's like, really,
Shokin, I
you
think, was
can't.
his name.
Shokin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Victor
think
Shokin.
Yeah.
Victor Shokin. That's right. He was the prosecutor. He was investigating Burisma, which was employing Hunter Biden and paying him about, I want to say about 50 grand a month or so. Around the same time, he was receiving emails saying, that he was going to receive his 10%, but he was also holding on to a 10% for someone coded as the big guy, who Tony Bobulinski claimed was Joe Biden, and a couple others did as well, but was never proven.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at that going, okay, this isn't good. And then the fact that the people are saying, well, where's all this money going to that we're sending to the Ukraine? Because there's stuff that's not showing up that the Ukrainians are supposed to be paying for, and or that we've given them the money to buy. That stuff's not showing up. That money's just like gone over there and then disappeared. But I got to the point to where I understand the isolationist of let's get our shit fixed back at home right now before we get involved in anything else anywhere else, because we've let stuff go for too long, especially when it comes to our infrastructure. Our infrastructure is the bones that hold this country together. The electrical power grids are outdated. They need to be worked on. There was they reported on it for a little while in the mainstream media, talking about how people were taking shots, shooting using high-powered sniper rifles, shooting at power transformers and things of this nature out in the West. I can't remember where it was at. I can't remember if it was in Nevada or in Arizona or California, but it was out there where they had people that was carrying out these staged attacks where they were using real guns and shooting at the control centers and the connection equipment and all that, trying to take them out to see if they could do it and see what the response time from law enforcement would be. And when I heard all that, I was like going, oh, great, this isn't good. Because we don't know if they were foreign actors or they were just internal anarchists that were wanting to cause trouble. We don't know. Or I should say, we the people don't know because it's not being reported. There's no transparency in it. I'm a big believer that we need more transparency in this stuff, especially when it comes to the news. I mean,
I don't think that people are going to be prepared to understand that fully. I think there's about half the country that's still believing in the news and about half the country that isn't. I mean, I would imagine that polling's probably roughly reflective of that. It might be 2/3 of people that don't think the news is particularly trustworthy, and some of them still vote Democrat for their own reasons, which is fine. But it's just, I think that understanding the full history of how we got here exactly would be useful. And I think that starting with Woodrow Wilson, but I think we need to go about it a little more systematically. We need to show how did the administrative state come to exist. Like, we need the history of the administrative state to really understand its impact, power, and what should be done with it.
Well, that's what we'll work on then for the next time we do this.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the approach we should take.
Because, I mean, the whole thing that we've got with the forbidden history, the concept, I love the concept of us talking about the stuff they don't teach kids. Heck, there's this stuff that they're not even teaching in colleges. You have to, I mean, there was a couple of history teachers I got into arguments with about 5 to 10 years ago about this stuff. And they were looking at me like I was insane until they started looking it up and found out I was telling the truth. I mean, especially when it comes to the fact the first female president we had was Woodrow Wilson's flipping wife. Her name was, let me pull it up right here in my notes. Where are you? You're here. I know I wrote you down. Oh, there it is. Edith Bowling Galt Wilson, his second wife. She ran the presidency after he had his stroke. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why what we was seeing going on during the Biden administration, I was like going, this isn't new. And I had friends of mine go, what do you mean? And then when I told them about Woodrow Wilson having his stroke, because he had went on a whistle stop tour of the United States, trying to convince the American people to force the Republicans in the Senate to ratify the Treaty of Versailles, because the majority of Americans, when they read the Treaty of Versailles, were like going, "This isn't a treaty of peace. This is a treaty of war, guys," because it's
Yeah.
putting all this on uh, the Germans, and they're not the ones that started it.
It led to the kinds of absolutely terrible economic conditions that were the reason for the rise of the Nazis and directly responsible for, the Holocaust, World War II, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
definitely responsible for World War II. The Holocaust, I think, was a bit more had to do with the specific rise of the Nazis and their particular ideology. But the rise of something similar to the Nazis, which may or may not have enacted the Holocaust, was pretty much inevitable.
yeah, but you have to look also at the fact that the Germans in all of Europe, Germany was the one place where Jews were not as attacked as they were in other parts of Europe. Germany was pretty more cosmopolitan when it came to Jews,
Yeah.
because you had nobility that were Jews. You had people in positions of power and authority that were Jews that were not discriminated against. A Jew could pretty much do pretty much anything they wanted to at the time, and to see them go from minor anti-Semitism to what happened under Hitler was holy shit. That's why there were a lot of Jews that didn't believe that what ended up happening was going to happen. I can't remember the actor's name, but there was this
I mean,
there's a Jewish
what
actor that was really, really popular in Germany. Uh, he was super famous. He ended up uh, when they assigned a Nazi to work on as a liaison with the movie making process, he would come in and go, "Where's my Nazi? Where's my beautiful, beautiful Nazi?" and go up to the Nazi that was assigned to him and give him a hug, say, "I love my Nazi," and all this other stuff. And then near the end of the war, they needed to make a movie about the concentration camps, and they had him make the movie. And he makes this grand movie showing, oh, the Jews have it made here in the concentration camps. Look, they've actually got access to foodstuffs that the average German doesn't have, and all this other stuff. And then once it was all made and it was sent to the Red Cross, then they sent them to Auschwitz. And then when they got to Auschwitz, he's like, wait, they were going to take them straight to the chambers. And he's looking down the line and he's like, you promised if I made this movie, you weren't going to kill me and my family. And the commandant looked at him and says, I tell you what, if you'll sing Mac the Knife for me, I'll take you and your family to the front of the line and you don't have to wait. And that's how he died. And he wasn't the only Jew that didn't believe that it was going to happen, because before all the shit happened, Jews were not treated as badly in Germany as they were in other parts of the world.
I mean, that's super damn messed up. But I gotta say, like, there's about half of the population of the U.S. right now that's worried about exactly that sort of thing happening. Now, I personally don't think that sort of thing's going to happen, but I mean, there's a bunch of people that are worried as though it were.
Yeah, and that breaks my heart. I mean,
but the trouble is, this is America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, and the land of the Second Amendment as well. And we got a lot of people that are thinking that that's what's coming, and I mean, it concerns me what could happen.
Well, the first gun control laws that started causing everyday citizens not to be able to have guns started with Hitler. He's the one that started.
I mean, it was racial. It was racial,
and it started with the Jews couldn't own guns. Then it became nobody could own guns except for the military and the police and all that. and members of the
Yeah,
Nazi
yeah, yeah.
Party.
And
But
in
like I said,
America, it
it
was
was
largely to hold down in America, it was about the slaves.
well
The
that
former.
a lot of people don't realize the two oldest continually existing civil rights organizations in this country, the abolition movement is after slavery went away, they disbanded. Well,
Mhm.
the Republican Party still exists, as does the National Rifle Association. Both still exist. Both were civil rights groups in their own
I
way.
mean,
One
dude,
was
I gotta
political.
say,
Hold on, let me continue. The National Rifle Association, one of the reasons why it came about was to help teach freed slaves how to use the guns and get the guns. And most people don't know that about the history of the NRA. There's a guy,
I gotta
Colin
say,
Noir, I think's
I
his name. He
respect the hell out of it. Yeah, I respect Coleon Noir. Yeah, his name it's Coleon. It's weird. It's a little weird, but it's Coleon.
Well, you know how hard it is for me to pronounce names, man. I have to call you
Yeah,
Cash because I can't pronounce Cash Titamalia.
it's Kshtemala. It's
That's
a
what I tried to
Kshtemala.
say. But like
I get it.
I
I
try.
understand.
I honestly try, and
I'm not offended. I am not offended. I get it. I
at
get
least
it.
I'm not calling you Comlidiot anymore.
It's well, I'm glad you mispronounced that.
See, I'm not making it up. But like I said, there's stuff in our history isn't supposed to be nice and cuddly. Okay, if it doesn't upset you when you're reading something that went wrong in history, something's wrong with you. I mean,
Yeah.
I look I look at history. It's like these people say white privilege, and I think back to all these white kids that worked in the mines with their fathers and died of black lung before they ever hit the majority. Uh,
Yeah.
and life hasn't been easy for anybody, regardless of their color. It all has more to do not with color, but your economical situation. People just recently started learning about Black Wall Street, and I'm like, y'all didn't know about Black Wall Street when they started talking about it, and I'm like, damn, I thought everybody knew that, and they're like, huh? And I'm like, please go. Don't listen to me talk about it. Go look it up yourself, because if you go look it up, you're gonna remember it better. That's one of the reasons why whenever I tell people this stuff, I want to tell it in such a way that makes them want to go look it up for themselves. Because I've had this
Well,
discussion at restaurants in the past, because we were talking about, there was somebody that was talking about they can't wait to have the first gay president. And I looked over at him and said, you do realize we've already had a gay president, right? And they looked at me.
I
They looked at
mean,
me.
they'd have to
Hold on, hold
go.
on. Hold on. And he goes, are you talking about Obama? No, I'm not talking about Obama. I'm talking about James Buchanan and his vice president, who was his husband. And they looked at me funny, and I started explaining it to them how it was an open secret in Washington. And the father breaks out his artificial brain that's connected to the internet, and who's sitting there going, and he goes,
And he's like,
holy
"Holy
shit.
crap, he's right."
Yeah, he says, holy shit, he's right. And then it was like, do you know who the first female president was? And I don't mean Michelle. And he goes, or Hillary. And he's getting ready to type it in. And I said, the second wife of Woodrow Wilson. And he goes, Woodrow Wilson had a stroke and she was running the country? Yes. And he was like, wow. And he goes, how did you know all this? I like to read. And the little kids that was at the table looked up at me and said, you like to read, so you knew all of that? And I'm like, yes. That's what reading can give you, is knowledge. And you can travel through time by reading a book. It's amazing. And they're like, oh, wow, cool. And I said, before the internet, there was this thing called the library, and my parents and my grandparents would take me to the library and leave me there all weekend long with books, and I would sit and just read books because they had air conditioning when it was super hot. And they went, wow. And I'm like, you know how exciting video games are? Yeah. Well, when you have this thing called imagination, reading is just as fun, sometimes better. And they got this look, they looked at each other, looked at their mom and dad and says, can we go to the library tomorrow? And that was, that was something that I would have that at least once a month type of encounters with people. And I really would have loved to have been a history teacher because there's just so much about history that I find extremely fascinating.
Why not do it?
Well, I'm a broken cripple who hides from the world because of the. I don't like people staring at me and pitying me.
Can you get to and from a classroom?
Well, I'm not allowed to drive anymore, and my little scooter can only go so fast and so far.
Okay. So you would need to overcome a transportation difficulty.
Yeah,
However,
that and the fact that I think that there would be a lot of parents that'd be upset with the way I talk. Namely,
you would have to tone that down. You would have to. Like, I mean, I myself, I am a teacher, and like, I mean, while I might express a couple of political opinions, I've done so far today on here, I do not do that in class. It's absolutely. I mean, I teach math and science, and that's what I teach. I am very careful not to. I mean, I've had students ask me like, "Hey, who'd you vote for?" And I just refused to answer. I was just like, "We're not talking about that."
yep, that's
And
how it
that's
should be. That's one of the
yep,
reasons
yep.
why I'm.
And I respect that. I mean, it's not just about the rule. It's also like I genuinely believe in the rule. You know, like I think that it should be politically neutral, and so I do behave that way. I mean, although like I mean, yes, controversial though it may be, I teach them at 2 + 2 = 4. You know, like so like there's certain limitations beyond which you know, like I mean, I've seen people try to make the argument for 2 + 2 sometimes equals 5. And they'll be like, well, if you have 2 engines plus half the parts for a new engine, and then somebody else has 2 engines and half the parts for a new engine, that's 5 engines right there, you know? And I'm just like, no. That's 2A through Z plus A through M added to 2A through Z plus like M through Z, or I guess no, that would be O through Z at that point.
Yeah,
That's like
you're
I mean
into.
it's just like I can demonstrate algebraically that it is a failure in algebra when you try to get those kinds of like arguments. So like I mean I've never seen one that's actually holds up mathematically. And so like I will teach students with mathematical integrity and scientific integrity, which has nothing to do with concepts of gender or politics really, or
Exactly.
economy,
That's the thing.
anything.
I mean, mathematics is the language of the universe. If when we meet aliens that can't speak our language, that's going to be how we're going to have to communicate with them is with math. Until
Yeah. And probably one of the earliest ways we'll introduce them to our language is with water.
hmm
I mean, it is most likely for certain like mathematical reasons that any life in the universe is going to have water as its solvent. I mean, it's just water has certain properties magnetically and electrically. You know, like its permissivity and its permeability are both important for how it functions in dissolving things, and it's just far more effective for biological functions um, than hydrofluoric acid or any other kind of solvent. Like it just there are reasons to believe that any life in the universe will be water based as its solvent, and that it will be carbon based with regards to any informational molecule akin to DNA that it has.
Yep.
It's also surprisingly likely that it might actually the DNA that it develops, because we've observed certain amounts of adenosine, which is one of the base pairs for DNA, falling naturally from space, which could help to explain the early development of life in the primordial oceans.
Yes. I have a friend of
I
mine that believes that his belief was that the Star Trek and Star Wars, where most of the aliens at least were humanoid and looked human, is how it will be whenever we hit space and if we encounter other aliens.
Well,
Because
it's possible in terms of convergent evolution. Are you familiar with that?
yes, because if you'll look at the fossil records, you can see the same shapes appearing throughout the throughout the ages.
Well,
Uh,
look at eyes. Eyes evolved several different times, all the same way.
yeah, and it's it's one of those things that I'm a believer in intelligent design. God did things a certain way and allowed for that's what allowed for evolution because there are some things that have appeared in evolution that just don't seem to make that much sense to the layperson.
I believe that God likes playing with dominoes so that those he is able to uh, bring into his fold are the truly faithful, so that there really is no information that proves his existence, so that those who come to him only come through faith.
Yes. Well, considering the fact the biggest supporter of science has been the Roman Catholic Church, that's one of
Well,
those things. I mean,
I
they've
mean, take a
bankrolled
look at
so
Genesis.
much.
Take a look at Genesis. I mean, in the very beginning of Genesis, it describes, in the beginning there was the void, right?
Hmm.
I mean, and that if you substitute the word day for the word epoch, it becomes an exact description of our current understanding and cosmology of the Big Bang Theory and so forth. I mean, it says in the beginning there was the void and then there was light. And our current understanding is that in the earliest moments of the universe, there was just a whole lot of energy in the form of photons. And it was so much energy that protons and neutrons and electrons couldn't coalesce. And so they couldn't form, and antimatter couldn't form either. It was just too much energy. All of these were gamma rays. There was light. It was just light in the beginning. As the universe and space and time were expanding rapidly in the explosion of the earliest universe, and that was the first epoch, and it was good. And, and then in the second one, what was the second one? The creation of the heavens,
And the Earth.
the heavens and the earth, right? So, I mean, in the first epoch, I mean, we would have had eventual cooling of this, where there was enough expansion. Just imagine like a hot gas when you expand it, like when you're spraying deodorant on you and it's cold.
Hmm.
Like when a gas expands, it gets colder. So I mean, that same thing happened as the universe expanded. It got colder. Those photons were less energetic at that point. We still see the cosmic microwave background radiation to this day from the earliest days of the universe when we look through telescopes. But I mean, in the earliest days, like what there was a density of energy, and when it got low enough, particles could form. And once you could get particles, then you could get hydrogen. And once you got hydrogen, you got gas. And you got gas everywhere. And for some reason, there were these density centers of dark energy, right? That increased gravitational pull around certain areas. And so for some reason, you got more galaxy formation in those areas because there was just more gravity for some reason. And
Hmm.
that is something that is still being studied and attempted to be understood, but it is not yet understood. Um, but in any case, we can see this objectively, and you can even see it in the cosmic microwave background radiation. Like you can see like that like ripply pattern in the background.
Hmm.
That's because of the dark energy. That's because of like gravitational effects of throughout the universe and these like big strings and stuff. Like it's weird. I don't know why it's happening. but that's your dark energy, and you can see it. You can literally see it. In any case, though, you've got all this, and so in the early universe, you get this first generation of stars that form from the hydrogen that's everywhere, right? And
Mhm.
these form heavier hydrogen, and then these merge together and form the first helium in the universe. And it's really hot in these stars, and sometimes these heliums hit each other and form a beryllium. And sometimes these decay into a lithium, and other times they would smash into each other and form a carbon. And that's the first carbon in the universe, and so on and so forth. You get all of these like radioactive decay and blah 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 blah. And so you get like this mishmash of all those different elements in the early, like maybe the first half of the periodic table. And then the first stars get really heavy when they hit iron. And then they explode. And you get the second half of the periodic table, right? You get all these things in the explosion. It distributes in these gas clouds throughout the universe and these galaxies, and it forms new stars. And more importantly, for our sake, new planets.
Yeah.
So we're in like the second wave. That we formed the heavens and the earth the second day, and it was good.
Yep. And it's one of those things that it's like I was telling Zachary earlier today about Lilith.
Oh,
And
dude, but I mean, no, but with Genesis, it goes forward.
mhm,
Like it goes on into first the creatures of the sea
yeah,
were created, and then the creatures of the air. We know from the fossil record that insects came onto land first,
hmm,
after the plants, of course, right? So there were the plants, but also the insects. And it wasn't until later that you had the crawling things onto land. It's almost like, someone trying to explain to us a fossil record and like scientific facts, but it was, understood a certain way and put in flowery language by scribes.
yeah. If I remember right, Moses is supposed to be the one that wrote it.
Yeah, so I mean like it's as though it's as though you were trying to explain scientific fact to someone that just wasn't prepared to completely understand it, but like put it the best way they could. And so maybe they understood it as day, but it was really more like an epoch. And just like understanding culturally the importance of day versus epoch was something that was just a translation error.
Yeah,
I mean, when you're trying to explain concepts from an eternal time scale, I mean, I've got to imagine that the difference between an epoch and a day is subtle.
yeah. It's like I said. I can't remember. Shoot, they did it in George Burns's movie "Oh God," where he was sitting there talking to him about, yeah, when I started the day this morning, such and such was still alive, and it was like several hundreds of years ago, you know. And God's time isn't the same as our time, and
Yeah.
because I was explaining that a little bit to Zach today, that things happen in God's time, not our time. We just need to pray for the ability to accept it, have the strength to accept and adapt to what God is putting before us. And
Mhm.
because too many people, you know, they focus on what they want things to be and not as it is. Uh,
Yeah.
I'm not saying don't
We
have
are not all
plans for the
chosen to be
future,
blessed in life.
but I am saying you have to be more flexible to be able to adapt to what's going on, because that's one of the things that a lot of people today don't know how to do is adapt. I mean, it's like in 2016 when Trump was being sworn in, you had that weird looking dude that was sitting there on the ground holding their arms up, had that the
Yeah,
weird
yeah,
colored
yeah.
watch cap and everything. And they opened their eye and looked to make sure the camera was zoomed in on their face before they then closed their eye and then did the whole big scream, no, that whole thing.
Okay, wait. I must have seen the clip a million times, but I don't remember a clip that was a little longer with the look in the camera.
Yeah, there is a look at where the person opened their eye and looked to see if the camera was zoomed in on their face. That there is video of that, and I
I
remember
wonder
watching it.
whatever happened to that person. I mean, that was what, 8 years ago now,
2016,
roughly.
pushing close. Yeah,
I mean, that wouldn't have been 2016. That would have been January of 17.
2017. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, it was. I still remember seeing it, and I'm like going, "Holy crap!" Because they were making sure they were framed up for that whole bit, and I was like, "Oh, man, that's messed up." But it's all about optics, it seems, for some of these people, and not about the facts. And it's one of the reasons why it's like with Adam Schiff and his whole Russian collusion delusion thing that he kept pushing, even after it was debunked, he still was running around saying, I've got access as being part of the intelligence committee to see that this is all real, that the P tapes were real. And it's all going to come out. It's all going to come out.
Dude, he's a
And
senator now.
oh God, he actually pulled it off.
He pulled it off. Yeah.
I'm
He is
sorry,
now.
that dude really does need to be tried for treason for the lies that he did, because he violated the public's trust.
I'm surprised his neck holds up.
No kidding.
Yeah,
I mean, bobbleheads have better necks than he does,
yeah.
and I'm looking at a whole bunch of them right now because I've got the entirety of the Avengers eating shawarma on my
Eating
entertainment.
shawarma.
Yeah, it you know the Funko Pops
Yeah,
thing that
yeah.
they put out, yeah, of them all sitting around eating shawarma at the end of the first Avengers movie. Nadine gave it to me for Christmas one year.
Wait.
Yeah,
Is it like a diorama?
yeah, a little diorama. They all interconnect with each other to make it. Yeah, it's cute.
Oh,
It's on
very
my
cool.
entertainment center. That the
Yeah.
cat I'm currently holding right now keeps trying to crawl around and try to eat shawarma with them. Yeah, you do. You really do. No, it was
Well,
funny today. I had to go and get Kraken was in with Nadine, and he climbed on top of a set, the tallest set of shelving that she's got, and he was sitting up there for about an hour waiting for somebody to come and get him down. And Nadine's too short to get him down, so Nadine was waiting for me to come back there to come get him because he was like, I ain't jumping. I ain't gonna do it. Nope, ain't gonna do it. So I walked in and looked up and saw him sitting up there, and I'm like, how many times have I told you to stop climbing to the highest spots that you can? Because you never get down. I have to keep getting you down. And he just looked at me and goes, can you get me down, please? Give me a minute. And I went and got the camera so I could take a picture of him sitting up there. Oh, the little boogers. They're only a couple of months old. What can I say? Hi, Alistair's Queen Emma. Hey, Casey, how you doing? Uh, you've missed most of our talk about Woodrow Wilson. Now we're just uh, discussing other
just
things
riffing.
because we're gonna do another couple of episodes going through the years of Woodrow Wilson and the things that he did that basically messed everything up. Not just the Federal Reserve, Sykes-Picot, and the Treaty of Versailles, but we're also going to talk about America's first female president. That's going to be fun. And for those,
So, but I think we should go through it pretty chronologically, honestly.
yeah, I'll have to do some more homework and write it all down. If they
Yeah,
didn't,
I mean, I think you got it in you. It's just a matter of getting it all ordered.
yeah, it's whenever I read all this stuff and how it all tied into the past and events that preceded it and events that came after it, it's there's a lot of these threads and knots that it's hard to explain it all. That's why I keep telling people, go look this stuff up so you can read it yourself, because me telling it to you, I'm hoping me telling you this stuff will get you to go look it up, because you'll learn it better and you'll be able to understand it more. It's because the things that happened during Woodrow Wilson, it's had everlasting effects. I mean, we're still
Yeah.
dealing with it, not just with the Federal Reserve. I mean, World War II happened because of the things that Woodrow Wilson did to get the League of Nations. He sold the Germans and the Austro-Hungarians out to get the League of Nations, because originally the former Austria-Hungarians were supposed to have their own, determine their. Wilson said that he wanted everybody to have that every group should be able to have their own control over their self-determination for the future. That included the Germans, the Austro-Hungarians, the Turks, and all of the ethnic groups that resided within those empires. But in the end, he sold out the Germans and the Austro-Hungarians, because the ethnic Germans of in Austria wanted to unify with the other Germans states, and that was a nope. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. And one of the original concepts that they had for Austria was going to be German Austria, and it was then they had the concept of the United States of Austria, which was the parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire that had been under the crown of the Austrians, which would have been, but they said, no, you can't do that either. So you ended up getting Czechoslovakia that came out of it. You got parts of Austria that ended up becoming part of Yugoslavia. You saw the Hungarian areas broken to pieces as well, with parts going to Poland and Ukraine and Romania, because a good chunk of ethnic Hungarians ended up going to Romania, not just Transylvania, but there were a lot of ethnic Hungarians that lived in that region that ended up going to Romania. And then you had sections of Austria that went to Poland, as well as to create what's now today the Czech Republic, as well as the Slovakian Republic, when they created Poland. I mean, and then that's not even counting the people that they sold out to Russia. That part of the Brest-Litovsk that gave large swaths of what used to be part of the Russian Empire their independence, and that which was the Ukraine, what's now today Belarus, which was back then known as White Ruthenia, the Baltic states, and Finland. They all got their independence because of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. And some of those countries actually got to remain independent in the aftermath of the Versailles Treaty. But you ended up seeing like the Ukraine being forced, and Belarus being forced back into Russia by the Red Army under Leon Trotsky. If it hadn't been for the Poles being badass enough to sit there and kick Trotsky in the nuts when he showed up at Poland, Poland would have ended up becoming part of the Union of the Soviet Socialist Republics. But
yeah, I think Poland to this day still has a lot of very conservative beliefs.
yes,
Probably as a result of these kinds of incursions in their recent history.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the Poles. That's one of the reasons why I can't stand Polak jokes. Never have. Never liked them.
I mean, I like Kabasi though.
Now, Polish food, I love.
Yep.
Polish people, I love. I like hanging out with Polish people.
As
Though
far
there's a
as I know, sure.
there's though I'll admit there's a couple of Polacks I don't like, but that's because they were assholes to me when I was a kid. But it's just them, not all Polish people. But
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
we had. I mean, it's like Welsh jokes. You know, some of the best anti-Welsh jokes I've ever heard were told to me by Welshmen. My favorite one, though, is still, why did the Welsh hate the Scots?
No one can understand.
Nope, it's simple. The Scots stole all the sexy sheep. That joke still sticks with me to this day. And it
I
was
mean,
told.
I think like a bunch of people heard, but no one understood was also pretty good, though. I mean, come on, it's the Scots and the Welsh. No one understands that shit.
Yeah. Well, my favorite. I gave him a joke that made him groan and say, "I should never have started teaching you Welsh jokes." And that was, I said, "Hey man, have you heard? The English have decided that they're finally going to be able to leave Wales and let." And he's like, "Oh really? How's that happen?" Well, they started a whole new combat training for sheep. Here's the picture of the first graduate. It was a picture of a sheep with a machine gun on one side and a rocket launcher on the other, wearing a helmet, going, "Come and get me, asshole." And he goes, "I definitely made the mistake of teaching you these jokes because that's funny."
Yeah.
But yeah, it was it it was hilarious. It was a photoshopped image of a sheep wearing body armor, a helmet, and a sidecar type thing with a machine gun on it, and the other sidecar on the other side to balance it out had a missile launcher. And he did. He was like, "I should never have taught you these jokes. I should never have taught you these jokes." And his wife, oh man, the funny part was the things that his wife was saying afterwards, going,
Meh.
wait. You knew his sense of humor went to the body side and the lewd side, and you taught him these jokes. And you didn't expect him to go off with them because she did. She made fun of him over that one. And, but yeah.
David Llewellyn.
But I've got to say, man, history is an amazing thing. It really is. You guys have got to understand that history isn't meant to be nice. It's not meant to be cuddling. It's meant to teach you a lesson so you don't make the same mistakes of the past.
Well,
And
I mean, I would push back against that. It's what was.
yes, and by learning from the mistakes of the past, hopefully you won't make those mistakes in the future.
Sure. We can do that, and that's the analysis of history. But I would say that the history itself is simply what was. It
Yeah.
is just the facts.
And
And then there's the analysis, which is also important to do as a second step.
yep, and I've seen people that want to get rid of that history. So they're like, "This is bad." I don't. It makes me feel bad, and I'm like, it's like it's like Fort Bragg. They changed the name of Fort Bragg. They changed the name of Fort Hood. They completely ignore the fact why the Union named these forts after the American Civil War, after these leaders. Fort Bragg, they named Fort Bragg because, well, in all honesty, General Bragg did the most of helping the Union win the American Civil War than any other general outside of U.S. Grant himself. He was a politically appointed general who, yes, he was a great trainer, like McClellan. McClellan was an awesome basic combat training officer. So was Bragg. But just like McClellan, when it came to fighting the war, they weren't that good at it. And I mean, a lot of these people that they're attacking were very important at the reintegration of the South back into the Union post American Revolution. I mean, not Revolution, but American Civil War. I mean, Robert E. Lee hated slavery. He didn't own slaves, but he was one of the biggest people in the post-war period that worked so hard to reintegrate the South back into the Union. And to ignore all the hard work he did to try to bring the nation back together again is basically saying there's no such thing as redemption. And that's where I get aggravated. You're denying the redemption stories that came in the aftermath. I'm not saying you should sit there and go, Nathan Bedford Forrest was this awesome dude. No, he wasn't. He remained a racist till the day he died. He created the Ku Klux Klan. Okay? He's the one that you should be sitting there looking at going, that son of a bitch does not need to be celebrated. Just like Robert Byrd doesn't need to be celebrated.
For your audience to really for a neutral newcomer audience to understand, the person who hasn't been taught this in school, which is a lot of people, I think that we really need to walk through him systematically, year by year, and then maybe analyze some of the consequences thereafter. Maybe some things as we go, but we need like timestamps that can be put into the video so people can click through to certain parts, kinds of a deal.
I have returned.
Howdy, son.
Yes.
I don't know how to do that though. I don't know how to do
Oh,
the
well,
timestamp
we can figure that out on the back end.
Oh, cool.
That's not too bad. It's like figuring out a timestamp. The more complex thing is figuring out exactly when you switch topics.
Yeah, especially whenever I get sidetracked, which unfortunately is one of my biggest weaknesses. Because I get sidetracked easily, especially when I'm trying to follow a trail of thought of, okay, this is what this meant. This is how this tied into it. This is what influenced this to come about. And this is what this act actually influenced in the future. Because, I mean, it's like I was saying about the Armenian genocide that came out of this stuff and the things that tied to it. I mean, look at another thing that was kind of weird with.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button.
With like the Holodomor, the Ukrainian genocide that Stalin did by starving out.
Holodomor.
Yes, isn't that what I said? Or did I say it?
Close.
Holodomor or something like that. But it would. The starving of the Ukrainian people, which was the Ukraine is a breadbasket country. They grow food the way Americans grow food. They can mass produce food. They can make food jump out of the ground and go, "Hi, eat me." Now, but people died. 13 million people died from starvation because of what happened.
Yeah. A lot of people died as a result of communist policies.
Well, Casey, if you want to talk about this whenever we start talking about World War I and how it ended, you're more than welcome to come on. Because talking about Woodrow Wilson and everything, we will be hitting on World War I and the Treaty of Versailles and how that ended up causing the ripple effects that created World War II, created what's been going on in the Middle East with Sykes-Picot and all that happened down in that. Because most people don't know this stuff. They don't. It's either not being taught on purpose, or it's just being glossed over because it's not seen as important enough to be on a test.
All right,
And
so I want a resource. What's going to be so Casey Osowski, all that? This World War One ties in? What year does that begin with, and where's that align with
well, World
Woodrow
War One
Wilson?
ended in and the Versailles Treaty was in 1920.
Okay, so is
And
that's Woodrow Wilson's second term?
yes,
Okay, so I think like how many should do you want to do? 1913, 1914 as a talk, then split it up so you got these 4 episodes kind of a deal.
that probably
How do
would work the best because, in a way, his first term should be 1 episode because his first term was different than his second, especially when we got involved in World War II. Because
Okay.
the lead up
World
into
War
the
One.
reelection, like I said, during his reelection, he kept saying, "We're not going to get involved in the war. We're not going to get involved in the war." And as soon as he got reelected, it's flipped. We're going to have to get into. He started trying to convince the people we needed to get involved in the war and
Yeah.
set up the Lusitania and all that. Now, his second term, I think, should be at least 2 episodes because what went on with the way the fighting for World War One, how it took place,
Mm.
and then you have the shit that he did to get the League of Nations, and then when the treaty came back, the Versailles Treaty came back to the United States to get the approval of the Senate, and everybody who, I mean, they published the treaty so people could read it. And the people who
Mm.
read it said, "This is not a peace treaty. This is a treaty of war." And the big everyday Americans were like, I can't support this. And
Mm.
remember, this was also happening at the same time we had the Spanish flu that was killing so many people. And he went on a whistle stop tour of the United States to try to convince the American people to force the Senate to ratify the Treaty of Versailles. And he had his stroke, and then his wife took over. And the things that happened while
Mm.
she was in charge, I think, should be its own little episode because it was some wild stuff. And it got to a breaking point when she actually was contemplating running him for a third term, even though
Oh.
he was so messed up and really couldn't do anything. She was running the show. And the Democrat Party basically went in there and said, no.
That
And
reminds me of someone.
yes, history's rhyming, huh? The only difference is we actually got a "I'm ready to leave" speech that
Apologies.
sounded really good. It's all right, son. I mean, the speech that he gave saying bye bye was really good. I mean, I have to admit, if Kamala Harris, her concession speech was, if she was able to give speeches like that on a regular
Yeah.
basis, a lot of
It
people
was
probably
it
would.
was better than the usual one. It's Kamala though, right? It's pronounced like Kama Sutra kind of a deal.
Yeah.
Right? It's an Indian name. And that's the thing that I think nobody, like, I'm surprised nobody said. Like, a lot of the people that are mispronouncing the name, I mean, sure, it's because they don't respect her as a person. And that could be for whatever racist reasons or misogynistic reasons, or just because they don't like her policies. Right? But, like, for whatever reason, people don't respect her. And that's okay. But,
One of the
it's
biggest
the
reasons why a
interesting
lot of
thing. No. Here's the interesting thing, though, is that what I've noticed is that a lot of black-sounding female names that end in an a sound, like an ah, like an sound.
Mhm.
A lot of those are stressed on the middle syllable. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen any counter examples. It's always like Shakira, like Shakira, like Rihanna. Like the middle syllable is always the stressed syllable in
Mhm.
those types of names. And so it's interesting that people have been called being racist for mispronouncing it for so long when they were introduced to her as a black woman and they've been pronouncing her name as though it were a black name.
Yeah. And she's not black. She was Hindu Indian.
Well, I mean, she may or may not have some. It's actually surprising the small amount of evidence of her exact ancestry. But yeah, I mean, like it's possible that she might be like part black, but I mean, she's mostly other stuff.
And for me, I look at it this way. I don't care what race you are. As long
Yeah,
as you're a competent person,
and
I
that is not the
support you.
case. Yeah.
And when you look at her record when she was district attorney and attorney general of California, it was not good. I mean, she was throwing
Yeah.
parents in the jail because their child missed school because the child was in the hospital.
Yeah.
And
That's like
keeping people in,
inflexibility with laws. That doesn't make sense.
and she was bragging about it. And she said, as soon as I found out I had the power, I could throw anybody in jail that I wanted to for any reason that I wanted to. I started using it and giggling her little head off. And
Damn.
I was like, holy shit. Well, why don't you talk about how all the black dudes you kept in prison so you could get slave labor wages out of them?
Hey, man. Let's here we go. I don't know how your audience splits. I don't know who's going to encounter this in the future, but it is unnecessary to continue this particular conversation.
Yeah. I
mean, she's like, it's just not going to be important for long.
I can sense the gods of demonetization just ready to smite us with all their might.
That's
just being like, you cannot say that. No.
That is one way to put it.
Yes.
That is one way to put it.
Because I mean, those are the reasons why I refuse to vote for the woman. Just like I refuse to vote for Hillary because of the fact that she made it to where the only way I got to see my son is when he contacted me.
Let this be a place, though, where everyone can be. I realize that many of our brethren are deluded, and that is the case, whether or not, I mean, most people, I would say that about 90% of the country believes that half of the country is deluded. They just differ on which one they think is deluded.
Well, the one that gets me is the side that keeps saying, we need to censor people's speech. I'm sorry, no good guy has ever said that. That's where I draw my line. Is I want people, if you're going to be have hate speech, I want them to be able to speak it. That way you can point to them and go, "Hey, did you hear what that dumbass just said?"
But then you get some dumbass, then you get some people talking about frickin' drag queen story hour or something that really honestly doesn't matter like that much in the grand scheme of things. Like, sure, it has a place and we could have a separate conversation about that, about the appropriateness of those sorts of things. And I imagine it would be a conversation unto itself, shall we say. But even so, in the grand scheme of things that need to happen politically, that's not a top priority. We need to, fix economic policies. We need to fix immigration policies. We need to fix our priorities with regards to funding in scientific endeavors, with regards to space exploration and stuff like that. With energy production, we need to do a lot of things that are a lot more important than whether or not it's appropriate, whether or not federal level we need to talk about drag queen story hour. You know what I mean?
Well, my issue is literally I sat and watched the video of Trump talking about how they've got to stop, that social media has to stop censoring people, especially having people in the federal government calling up like Facebook and Twitter, X, and all of them, and sitting there going, you need to censor these people and not let them be heard. You've got to stop the shadow banning. You've got to shadow ban these people so that people can't hear them and all this other stuff. I'm like going, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's absolutely evil and unconstitutional, and I agree with that. The only trouble is like a lot of times we'll get people who are on kind of like the right hand side of things politically that will come in and will say things like, you know, about the drag queen story hour, which really doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. And that then poses this like First Amendment issue on the other side, which gets weaponized and muddies the issue. So we don't actually see anybody taking legislative priorities because the issue has been muddied, you know. And so like, I mean, I just look, I mean, freedom of speech means some kinds of stuff that's some speech that we're not going to like, and we got to like get solidly on board with that if we want to protect censorship stuff, because then we can make it clear. But until then, you know, you keep getting this back and forth because of these weird wedge issues with regards to specific speech. You know, you'll get like very like religious conservative organizations against this particular speech, and very like left-wing progressive organizations against this particular type of speech, and so the rest of us just don't get the protections in place because they keep going back and forth about whichever one they're trying to avoid.
Well, I look at the, like with Drag Queen Story Hour, you know, I have no problem with people being like that. I just have the problem with them doing it with kids. That stuff
Sure.
is that's an adult subject that needs to remain an adult subject. You know, if the
Yeah.
parents want to do it, let them do it. But I don't think that it should be something that the government should be paying for.
Okay, and that's like I don't think that that's even the case. So I mean, like you're like, okay, people can do that if they want,
But like I said,
just as long as you're not paying.
where we live at here in North Carolina, the libraries are government run, government sponsored, and the drag queen story hour stuff was all being done by the libraries. Now, where they were doing the drag queen shows and stuff like that for kids, you know, that was being done in private places and bars and stuff like that. And I that's not being funded by the government, though I still think that people should be able to protest it, because I'm sorry, I've got friends of mine. I'm 52 going on 53 years, and I've known trans people since 1989. I've kept
Damn.
I've kept secrets of people while I was in the Navy with them that were trans, okay? And so that's not an issue for me. But I do get the issues whenever they're trying to pull children into the stuff. And I'm sorry, I've gone to gay bars where they were doing drag shows and it was so sexual and adult in nature. And I'm like, why do they want to bring kids into this? Because that's what I'm seeing is, why are you wanting to have kids take part in this? You've got preteens dressed up like hookers, wearing thongs, twerking on a stage.
What the fuck?
And I'm like, dude, what the hell? And it's a lot
Yeah,
of gay
2020
people that
was
were,
pretty freaking wild.
and it was gay people that was at these things that were like going, this isn't good, and they recorded it on their cell phones and posted it. You know, there's like, I'm all for my
Yeah, there's a
this,
bunch of
but this is
completely
where it's
normal
going
gay
too
people who are
far.
like, "Hey, whoa, you don't represent me. Please stop trying to represent me. You are not like I just want to be gay in peace. Please leave me alone. Stop with all of this." Like, yeah, there's a whole
Exactly.
bunch of people in the gay community who feel that way.
Yeah, and if my aunt was still alive, she'd be one of them. But when she passed away, she had gotten to a point to where this stuff was really getting to her, and she passed away from mesothelioma.
What's that?
Mesothelioma.
It's a type of lung
Mesothelioma is a
cancer.
type of lung cancer.
Oh shit.
It used to be advertised all the time when I was growing up. Like, if you've got symptoms of mesothelioma, you may have been exposed to asbestos.
I'm not gonna lie,
Please
that
call
it
the
sounds
law
kind of
offices of blah
familiar.
blah blah and blah.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
asbestos.
like there used to be advertisements late at night all the time for law offices who were
Wait, could you
going
remind me what it's called again?
Asbestos.
No.
mesothelioma.
Yeah, that.
Mesothelioma.
Shit,
Yeah,
I think that's the thing that Tom died to.
it's possible. If I remember right, didn't he work in construction?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Because asbestos was a fire retardant.
Yes,
If
it
you,
is.
a lot of people who get it here in the states are either they served in the Navy, where asbestos was
Oh,
used a lot in ship construction, or they were in prison where asbestos was used in the construction of prisons.
And
Eh,
and on a microscopic level, it's kind of similar to fiberglass. So think like,
mm,
I mean, you have these metal oxide like, I mean, you've got these crystalline sorts of fiber type things, and they are, long and interspersed with each other in such a way that they make a good thermal insulator. But that material, because of its geometry, when it like gets turned into dust in the air, is basically like inhaling microscopic swords.
mhm.
mm,
And it does
And
a number on all
that's,
those tissues.
yeah, surprise, surprise, that's not good for your lungs.
yeah.
It leads to your lungs needing to heal themselves faster, which sometimes leads to errors in copying DNA, which sometimes leads to cancer.
Yep.
Yeah.
And since I was in the Navy, that's one of the things that I'm glad I never smoked,
Mhm.
Yeah.
because that's one of the other factors that goes into it as well. Um, but like I said,
Well, because that's going to affect the chemistry of needing to create replacement cells. So, like when you're creating a replacement cell, a certain cell has to like divide, and so it's quickly making an extra copy of the entirety of the DNA as
Alright, I'm
it's.
getting a bit sleepy now, so I'm gonna go now. Later.
Oh,
Have
come on!
fun talking about history and old people.
We were just getting to
Later.
the good part. We were
yeah,
just getting to the good part.
Okay, good for you. Goodbye.
All right.
love you, son.
All right.
I
No,
love
no.
having him around because a lot of the stuff that I'll be talking about on my channel is going to be stuff that I wanted to tell him anyway. Because
Well, that's fair. That's
not
fair.
just the history stuff, life experiences, fatherly advice. He's going through some stuff right now in his life that he needed my advice on, and I gave it to him before you showed up and
But
before we went
to
live. But yeah, I talking about the forbidden histories, because one of the ideas I had for the name of this was forgotten history, but I liked it better what you came up with, the forbidden history, because yeah, a lot of this stuff there don't teach it because it goes against certain ideologies that are being pushed nowadays in school.
all right, so we need two things: a systematized timeline of topics to discuss and visuals. Like, even if they're just pictures that are up for 10 minutes at a time while talking about a certain topic and then moving on to the next thing in the slideshow, I think that would be beneficial as a visual aid to what's going on with the timeline of 1913 into 14, and then for a second episode, 15 into 16, and then, going into the election and the early part of the second term, then second part of second term, and maybe even a third one discussing its implications.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best way to do it. What do you think?
Yeah, that's about right.
Awesome. Awesome sauce.
Give me a second. me make sure I got the spelling right here before I post.
I can't be on YouTube at the same time. How many folks are there here?
Let me take a look. So I think it's 5. Yeah, we got 5 at the moment.
Yeah, Casey Asowski. I'm seeing the thing we need to do first is try to back away from the us versus them narrative. And I very much agree with that. I mean, I think that one of the things that people are going to realize pretty shortly is that there's not the enmity that they thought there was, that they weren't being told the truth about what was going to happen. But I just need things to be peaceful until that happens. What do you think?
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. I mean, there's certain.
Is he on stage right now? Oh, he's on stage. Oh, that's what it means, that it's on stage. Okay.
Yeah, my issue is that there's sometimes there's I would love to keep everything based on the facts, but when it comes to the Democrat Party, there's a lot of aspects of it that this is institutionalized. The the ideology that is running the party is still the same as it was under Woodrow Wilson, where they want to centralize the power in the federal government. And they want the administrative state more than anything else. It's why I refer to a lot of the stuff that's coming out of Washington as coming from the uniparty, the deep state, the administrative state. You've got Republicans that are part of this. That's why they're referred to as rhinos, Republicans in name only. And like it,
Yeah.
there's certain aspects of John McCain that I really liked and I had a lot of respect for. But he was one of those that was an administrative state type. He was that's why they said he was part of the uniparty. He was all about the use of the regulatory agencies in the federal government to do stuff without doing it the constitutional way by running these things through Congress to create actual laws that were constitutional. The
Yeah,
biggest
with an
problems,
emphasis on that were constitutional, because there are some that are created through Congress which are not.
exactly. We've got we've got issues that so many people are not looking at. I mean,
I would love to see, and this might be controversial. I might even be able to be changed in my mind about this, but I would love to see judicial review.
yes,
I would like to see the Supreme Court analyze the constitutionality of laws before they are put into effect.
yeah, I would love that because if we was to do that, a lot of the bad stuff that has happened because of legislative overreach wouldn't happen. But I also feel that there needs to be judicial reviews on all levels of the judiciocracy. Is that how,
Although, now that I
did I
think
pronounce
about it
it
a
right?
second time here, it might be difficult to determine what has unconstitutional effects without allowing it to go into effect. That
No,
could be
that,
challenging in certain cases.
yeah, that's true because of the unexpected consequences of a law.
But that's what we've already got, so I don't know that that would be, any different from something just. I don't know how something slipping through the cracks on first review would be any different from the system we already have.
Yeah, I when I say a judicial review on all levels of bureaucracy, I mean I think that every judge needs to be audited every year. All their rulings.
How? How?
That's the issue. Is
That's a
coming up
big
with how
issue.
to do it because there are judges out there that rule their courtrooms by fiat, especially when it comes to family courts and divorce courts.
I,
I mean,
I'm gonna
the
say something. I'm gonna say something absolutely radical. You could determine someone's presidential suitability via a high resolution brain scan. The trouble is, who gets to define the parameters?
true. My the reason why I believe in a judicial review on all levels is the fact that I have witnessed so many judges abuse their power
Oh, for
and
sure.
make rulings that just don't make sense.
Hmm.
My fear after seeing what happened with all the lawfare that I've been following over the past almost 20 years now, that's terrifying. I mean, people are abusing the law to attack people that they disagree with. I mean, look at what happened with the baker there in Colorado. You
Yeah,
had
yeah, yeah.
people
Twice,
traveling, you've had
twice.
people a lot more than twice. People went far out of their way to go to him and do all this stuff.
Oh, I
And
meant through the court system twice. There's
yeah,
a second lawsuit ongoing, I think. Or it might have recently been dismissed or something like that, but there was recently some news about a second lawsuit.
well, like I said, they kept going after this guy. You know, they kept
Yeah.
saying no, he has the right to say no. And then somebody else comes in and does literally a carbon copy of the one that just got thrown out and
Yes.
ruled against.
Correct.
And the fact that you had judges that was saying yes, you can go forward with this when it's like your precedent says no, that it can't go forward. And those types of cases really needed judicial review. And you've got judges that shoot, what was his name? That put the gag order that did not allow Trump to even be able to adequately defend himself in court
Mershon.
during. Yeah, that's his name. And I mean, he basically said you can't tell anybody that my daughter received something like $44 million
That was
from
Mershon. That was
Schiff.
Mershon.
Yeah,
That was
and
definitely Mershon.
so yeah, you've got that type of stuff that definitely falls under
That is
judicial
the judge.
malpractice.
Now, hold up. Mershon is the judge
Yeah.
in the case where the next court date is like next week or the
Hmm.
week after. Now, I don't know. I've seen a couple of headlines as I've passed by of them considering whether or not to drop the charges, yada yada. I mean, it probably has something to do with the fact that appellate courts have basically signaled, like, yeah, like there's some issues with this. We're gonna overturn it on review. But so maybe it's not good for judges to be overturned. So he might just drop it himself to avoid the appellate court, which has already signaled its intent.
Well, it still doesn't change the fact that Trump's out a shit ton of money in legal money. Because think about it, an everyday person could not have afforded the type of legal defense.
You're right. They
And
couldn't have, and this is bigger than that.
exactly, and that's the reason why I look at this and I'm saying we've got to do something about where you've got the administrative state, which includes judges. When I say administrative state, I mean like the EPA. Uh, what's the other one that's able to literally come in onto your property and say, "Oh, you can't do that with your property, and if you do try to do it, we're going to take your property away from you." Because I know rainwater was the one that the EPA was going after, and oh, you can't put that bucket there to capture all that rainwater so you can use it later in your gardens. And I'm like, what? And it's rained too much. You got a puddle there. We can now tell you how you can. That's now a wetland. We're going to tell you how you can use your property.
That sounds like the EPA.
Yeah, there was another one that I think that that dealt with farmland that was doing something similar because there was a
FDA.
farmer that was had water towers, open top water towers that captured the rain.
What's the
And
Department of Agriculture?
I think that's the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, but I'm not sure.
I
But
I I mean that doesn't sound wrong, but I'm not 100%.
but I mean, that's one of our big fears. Hmm. Well, I know that our big fear here in town was that they were going to come after us because of if it rains a lot on the property I live on, we get some marshland type uh, along the edge because there used to be a big stream that was there that led to uh, what was a pond that was used for an amphitheater. To
Do you get the toads in summer?
sometimes we haven't had it in a while because we haven't had that much rain, but
I see.
when we had a lot of rain, it got marshy down around where my parents' house is at.
And you got the toads.
Yep, and
I do love, I mean, like city dwellers I feel bad for because, like there is something especially lovely about nighttime in the country with the toad song.
yeah, it's I when I grew up, we had cicadas, we had crickets, and things of this nature that helped us go to sleep in the summer.
Yeah.
And it
Isn't
what
there a little bit of time where the fireflies and the toads overlap?
yeah, but it's nowhere near what it used to be. Because used to be, you'd see fireflies all the time in the summer,
Well, it depends.
and and as a kid, we used to chase and catch them, put them in jars, and we that was just a childhood thing. And
Yeah.
I was talking with my niece and nephew, and they never did that because there just wasn't that many fireflies in the area.
I got you. I'm
And
like by age I'm a millennial, but I am by upbringing I'm more like Gen X's style of upbringing.
yeah, well,
Just
we were the
transfers
latchkey.
from mom to
We were
dad.
the latchkey generation. Where we would like, especially during the summertime. Okay, during the summertime, okay. It's time to go out. We got to go to work. Out, out. Here's your breakfast. Eat it, and then get the heck out so we can go to work. And then all us kids would be like, okay, then we'd all meet up somewhere and we'd like, okay, what are we gonna do today? Hey, why don't we go over there to on the other side of the mountain where that the little valley's at, and see if we can figure a way of getting down into it. Yeah, sure, why not? And we're
Didn't you
climbing.
get lost?
Yes and no.
Uh,
We got, but
I remember you telling this story before.
yeah, we
Yeah,
did all
yeah,
kinds of messed up stuff, man. And we'd
yeah.
be like, okay, we've gotten the materials that we can do, and then as we're getting ready to do it, we stop because we felt the disturbance in the force that one of our parents had just shown up at the house and cleared their throat and says, "All right, where you at, you little bastards?" And so we have to all run home to figure out if which parent just showed up.
My
That was how we grew
spidey
up.
senses are tingling.
Yes. Uh, we don't want the ass whooping, so we're running home. And you running through the woods. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Trying to get home as quick as you possibly could. And if you if you were lucky, your parents didn't ask you, okay,
Wait, wait,
okay,
what's this? Casey Asowski. The people on both sides today, period, seem to against the good of the nation. Against the good of the nation.
in
What?
some cases maybe, but not all.
I don't I'm just
I
not
can see what
exactly
he's
sure what the
saying because
context.
he's like, both sides can be have extremes, which I agree. There are some on both sides that can do that. But
I mean, with the general platitude, I would of course agree. Yes, I'm a. I mean, if I were to classify my political beliefs, I am a liberal libertarian populist.
that's
So,
about
like,
me.
I generally on social issues very laissez-faire, on economic issues more conservative, and I'm interested in having a strong military defense and, having full constitutional rights for everybody. And when it comes to places where like corporations having rights interferes with people having rights, I side with the people.
Well, the only reason why the corporations have the same type of rights as citizens do, is so they
Is
can
because
tax
they
them.
are considered people. And I
So they can
am not
tax them.
on board
That's
with
the
that.
that was the
Yeah.
reason. But I also believe that if you're gonna consider an entity a person, so you can tax them, if you're going to tax something or tax someone, they should actually have the ability to speak out about it, and because they should be allowed to vote. If you're going to take my money should be, I should have a say about what happens with my money. That's
I
one of
don't
the
know
things.
about like, but the solution to that is okay. Now Coca-Cola gets to vote once in the state in which it is incorporated in the United States. Great. I would rather just be like, hey, maybe corporations aren't people and they shouldn't have all the rights that people have.
Well, another reason why they did that was so you can sue the corporation.
I
It was
think there
it
might be
wasn't
better
just,
ways to do that.
yeah, there is, but like I said, it was to tax the people, to tax the corporations, plus to be able to sue them. I I mean,
Yeah.
it can be quite complicated. I don't like the fact that they you've got people out there who don't understand why it came about, that are bitching that, oh, why are corporations classified as people? And it's like, so you can tax them and so you can
Yeah.
sue them, you know. To be able to do that, you had to make them have those type of rights, but you're denying them the right to be able to vote. And if you're gonna to try to go that route, I think that there is some things that can be done to where you can still tax them and still be able to soothe them. I mean, I'm a big believer in consumption taxes instead of income taxes, because if you're using a consumption tax, that does not penalize somebody who is saving their money for the future. It's not taxing the
Okay,
money
okay.
that you're
On a
investing in things of this nature.
And
There's a
it's also
book
it's
called,
taxing money that's already outgoing.
hmm I believe it,
Yeah.
that there was a book called The Fair Tax. Neil Bortz was one of the writers of it, and I was a I'm still a big supporter of the fair tax. I have a feeling that if we pass the fair tax, a lot of our issues that we've got right now with the tax problems would go away. And
Well,
we
I mean,
also,
it wasn't the case in Trump's first term when he did his tax plan and the tax cuts.
mhm,
Didn't the government take in additional tax revenue?
yes, they did.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, you get this thing where, I mean, if you tax at 0%, you get $0. If you tax at 100%, you also get $0. And the peak is somewhere and some magical number in between.
Well, the fair tax, like I said, it was a. Let me see if I can pull up.
Even if you're not interested in fairness, the maximum return is somewhere in between, and we have overshot it. And so, like, even if you are purely psychopathic and driven by selfishness,
John Linder was the other writer.
just in case any politicians in the future listen to this particular podcast, like, if you're interested in only those things, even then, it's sensible to look into these kinds of policies because
All
they're
right,
more
hold
likely
on
to
a sec.
lead to higher revenue.
I'm trying to pull up something right quick. Uh, might end up just having to share the. All right, I'm gonna share the screen that I'm looking at the moment. Do. Make sure there's. All right, come on, share it. Is it working yet? Did it pop up? All right, this is the second book about the fair tax. This is where they were answering all their critics. Neil Bortz and John Linder and Bob Woodall wrote this. Uh, it was a tax plan on going from the income tax that we have today. Ooh, wait a minute. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sorry, I had to do that because I haven't got to read this book yet. But the fair tax, when they wrote it and put it out, it was really them talking about how to fix a lot of the problems that we were having with the with income taxes. And this is the original fair tax book right here, which I'm also going to do this to it as well. Do 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 do. Oh, goody goody goody. All right. Now the fair tax was a consumption tax. Okay. And part of the thing was that they would figure out the base amount that it took to buy food and things of this nature for the average American. And every month, at the end of every month, you would get reimbursed for the taxes that you spent on your basic living expenses, which would have not only allowed us to get rid of the IRS, but a lot of the social net welfare programs and things of this nature would have been able to be completely gotten rid of. If you guys can get the book, the fair tax book, where it explains the whole thing,
So what's that look
it's
like? Let's
beautiful in its
say
simplicity.
these days, like I buy some stuff at the grocery store, and I also this month I buy a Smith and Wesson for $400.
Hmm.
How's that work out tax wise?
Your basic taxes.
So let's say I spend, let for this example, let's only look at groceries in this expenditure.
All right.
So I've got like $300 worth of groceries for the month plus this gun. And then, whatever else, we'll just say that's a separate
It's okay,
consideration.
Casey. We totally understand, man. But no, the fair tax, like I said, it gets rid of the income tax. So what you make from your work, you get to keep that money. They take the taxes out whenever you buy stuff. It doesn't tax you if you're saving money or you're investing money. It's only whenever you buy stuff. This also would include people using money that they acquired in less than legal ways. That it would be getting taxed whenever they're buying stuff with it. I can't explain the whole thing that easily because I'm not that big on at explaining how all the tax stuff works. I mean, the books aren't that expensive, and if you got some audible credits, man, go for it. Uh, it's but the whole point of the fair tax was trying to get this administrative state machine that is the IRS under control, and it would also get spending under control. But it also had the side benefits of helping with a lot of the social safety nets that it's out there. That there are people out there that need the social safety net that couldn't get it. I should know about that because I was one of them.
Yeah.
And it's like right now, Trump's pushing to make it to where we don't have to not taxing tips, not taxing overtime. I know Tyrus was interviewing Trump, and he was asking Trump, well, why don't we make it to where active military, law enforcement, and firefighters and paramedics don't have to pay taxes? And Trump got this look on his face going, that's actually a good question. Why do we tax those people? you know, because,
Well, I mean, I personally am a bit biased, but I would go for teachers as well.
yeah,
I mean, honestly, I think that some of the problem that people have with the profession of teaching comes from the fact that people who are drawn to teaching are people who are willing to do it even though they are paid less than they are worth.
yes,
Like, like the salaries that are offered for teachers are not worth the amount of effort that is required to be successful in those jobs. And so the only people you get are people who either A, don't care that they're paid less than they're worth and put in less than what would they put in their money's worth, shall we say.
yeah.
And there's also people who really care but struggle and then aren't able to devote their full attention to the profession.
I'm the
I
type
think
of person
that
that believes
I
that,
I would love to see some raises.
yeah, me too. That's one of the reasons why the fair tax, I got behind it, because you wouldn't be paying taxes on the money you're earning, the money that you make for doing the work,
Yeah.
because you should be rewarded for working. You know,
Mm.
it's when I was able bodied and able to work, I didn't care what the job I was doing was, as long as I was working and I felt useful and I felt like I was doing something good that benefited everybody else. I went from being I made pottery when I got out of the Navy. Those little pottery cherubs that were, I made those. I made flower pots and stuff like that for almost a year. After that, I worked at Hardee's. Enjoyed working at the Hardee's up until the person that owned that franchise became a real pain in the ass. I mean, she was a total witch. So much so that the corporate Hardee's basically bought her out to get her away from it. Um, but I also did. I mean, then I worked as the manager of a convenience store for almost 5 years. I worked as the third shift manager of a food line grocery store for 2.5 years. In fact, I was the third shift manager and I made the third shift profitable. It was the most profitable third shift in all of the food line corporation.
I
Um,
mean, shit. Like, if you're talking about the graveyard shift,
mhm. I made that
that's
shit.
when I prefer to do my grocery shopping. If it is available anywhere where I am living, if I've got like a 24-hour grocery store, 3 a.m. is when I like to shop.
Well, they had to put out three tills and three separate cash registers for me. That's how profitable I made my third shift. And they were talking about setting up a fourth one because it was
Hours?
locking up. Now,
Hours. What hours?
I started at 9:30 at night, and I was supposed to leave at 6 o'clock in the morning. But 9 times out of 10, I wasn't leaving until almost 8 in the morning because it was that busy.
Atta boy.
Yeah, buddy. And the general manager that was supposed to be in charge of that entire section would refuse to sign off on my full-time benefits and my pay raises that I was supposed to get. That's why I quit after 2.5 years. I gave them a year and a half, almost 2 years, to give me my benefits and my pay raises. I was that I finally got to the point to where I couldn't be patient no more, and I quit. That dude went from being a regional general manager to a assistant store manager in less than a year's time because they're like the most profitable person on third shift and you ran him off, fuck you, asshole. We're
Nice.
busted your ass. And that's what they did to him. Um, but after that job, I went and did the Firestone tire recovery. Do you remember the Firestone tire recovery where they recalled all those Firestone tires?
I vaguely remember that. That was huge. I was
Yes.
young. I was way too young to have been driving at the time, but I remember that because it was big.
I got in, me and one other dude climbed into what used to be a U-Haul truck and went around gathering up Firestone tires and taking them and turning them in to be recycled. That was and it was a hard job. I started at 6 in the morning, and I would go all the way until 5 in the afternoon, and I would be covered in black rubber tar dust. That when I took a bath, took my shower, I would have to pour uh, liquid plumber down like every 3 or 4 days because it would start clogging up the drains at my apartment. And the people the who the apartment manager even offered to have the maintenance person for the apartment complex to just drop me off one of those rotor snakes to be able to do it myself instead of having to call him every month. And I loved it. Was a hard job, and especially in the summertime doing that, going into places where they toss these things where there were snakes. And I'm not too good around snakes, man. But I loved the job, and I because I felt like I was doing something good. And after what happened with Jerry, and I had to go to Phoenix, Arizona to get the counseling I needed, I came back, and the original plan was I was going to come back to Waxhaw, get my stuff together, uh, get buy some tools for my grandfather and father to be able to do uh, the rehabilitation of apartments that would be opening up uh, because I don't know if you've ever been to Phoenix, Arizona. There's an area called Sun City. It was an
No,
area where there was a whole lot of rest homes
I went
and
to Vegas once.
independent living apartments for people that were retired. And whenever somebody would have to go from the independent living aspect to, the full fledged thing, you would have to go in and tear up all the carpets, repaint, do whatever type of repair work that needed to be done, that sort of thing. And if somebody died in the apartment, there was a whole lot more you had to do. And
To get the smell out.
yeah, and make sure that the next person comes in isn't going to get contamination and stuff from a dead body. And several of the people that I had been living with out there in Arizona while I was getting the counseling were setting up that as a job because I had just gotten done uh, rehabbing somebody's house for them while I was staying with them. And I was so good at the job, they were like going, dude, you could get paid for this. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was telling me how his uncle did that for the independent living apartments and rest homes. And he had come over several times to help me with some of the stuff I couldn't do myself when I was helping rehab this guy's home. And he's like, yeah, if you want to do this, the, the the facilities that I work for will hire you and help you get started. And so that was my original plan when I came home from Arizona. and I talked with my dad and granddad over the phone about it, and they at first they weren't too happy with me doing it, but when they found out exactly what I was going to be doing and starting my own little business up, they were like, "Yeah, that'd be cool. We can do that." And when I got home, that's when I found out the the medical and health conditions of my grandparents, and that they were actually looking for a home to go move into. And the only rest home that would take both grandmom and granddad in was going to separate them and have them on opposite ends of the facilities. And I was like, no, grandmom and granddad's been together for over 50 years. They should get to stay together. And talking with that rest home, they were like, well, we don't allow men and women to cohabitate in the same room, even if they are married. And I said,
What?
yeah, I couldn't believe that they said that. And I'm like, so you're going to try to break a marriage contract in convent, but with God, because you think it's wrong that a married couple should be in the same room.
I mean, they don't even like the people that you're talking to don't even need to believe in God to for that to seem ridiculous. It's just like, look, they're fucking married.
Exactly. But these people were it was supposed to be this religiously run rest home. And I'm like, oh, hell no. And I looked at my grandparents and said, no, no, no. Tell you what, I'll stay here and live with y'all and help y'all out and be able to do what you need me to do. There's only two things I'm not going to mess with. One, I'm not going to change diapers or give you baths. Two, nothing to do with your money. I don't want people accusing me of sexually molesting you or trying to take your money away. Anytime these things come up, I'm leaving the house. So
Yeah.
I have nothing to do with it. And grandmom and granddad agreed. They said if baths have to be given or diapers have to be changed, we'll get your mom to come up and do it. And I'm like, perfect. And whenever money issues start to come up, we'll let you know when you can leave, and then we'll have a sign that you'll know when you can come back. And I'm like, perfect. And anytime money issues would be brought up, they'd be like, Tinker, it's time to go for a walk. And I'd go grab my CD player and my Walkman, my sketchbook, and art supplies, and then go for a walk. And I only had to do that a few times, thank God. The worst one was when they asked my aunt to look into how come the mortgage for the homestead hadn't been paid off yet, and found out that they had convinced my grandmother to keep refinancing everything. It was going to take another 20 years to pay everything off. And I was out of the house for almost 12 hours that day. Because when I left, it was right before lunch. And my aunt gave me $100 bill and said, you're going to need this. This is going to be a long one. And I was like, okay, how do I know when I can come back? The front porch light will be on. Okie dokie. And I went for a walk, and I was out of the house for almost 12 hours, because it wasn't until almost 11 o'clock at night when I walked back by and saw the light was actually on. And so I came back in, and I was
How
like,
many times did you walk by then?
about 7.
About 7 times.
Yeah. I walked around Waxhaw a good 7 times, walked the entire city limits. And even walked all the way up 16 to a couple of the stores where the restaurants were at, so I could go get something to eat. And that when it was all done and over with, came back, and the house was like super quiet. And I was like, uh-oh, this isn't good. And my aunt told me, we'll talk about this tomorrow when I take you out to go eat. And she took me out to go eat, and then told me what was going on and what had happened. And when it was all, and the funny thing is, I gave her back. I tried to give her back the money I didn't spend, which was like $90.
What had happened again?
My grandmother had kept refinancing the property,
Oh,
and basically put off paying off the mortgage by almost 20 years. And my grandfather was like, "Oh my God," because he was like, the mortgage should have been paid off like 10 years before, and he didn't understand why it hadn't all gotten. It was all he was still making all these mortgage payments, and he asked Aunt Becky to go look into it because he looked at me to see if I would go and make the phone calls, and I said, "Rule number two, Granddad," and he's like, "Yeah, I know. Rule number two, no financial stuff." And so he had my Aunt Becky go look into it and find out what was going on. And my grandmother was a soft touch that if somebody called her up and said, "Hey, we can do this refinance thing at a lower interest rate and make it easier on all of this," she would do it. And yeah, that was pretty much the paid on a lot of stuff. So yeah, um, it broke my granddad's heart big time, and he didn't last much longer after that. But there
no,
was
because he never really like fully paid off his mortgage.
yeah. After that, I worked at a convenience store as a assistant store manager for a convenience store that was right around the corner from here. And then I worked at a washing dishes at Waffle House. And then from there, I had the VA had got me back into college for medical office administration so I could do a job at the U.S. Embassy in London, working for the VA out of there. And then I had the accident, and they had to literally rebuild me. They reattached both of my legs, reinflated my lung, um, repaired my left shoulder. But I'm no longer employable. I'm 100% unemployable because of all the damage that was done. The fact that I have to be careful about flashing lights because it'll trigger epilepsy. And
That was a result.
yeah, the
Okay.
brain damage I suffered, because when they got me to the emergency room, they asked me if I had lost consciousness. I said no, but I did get hit in the head really bad, and they didn't believe me because I didn't lose consciousness. And I'm like, I know I got hit in the head because it shattered my glasses. And oh, they just got knocked off. And I'm like, you don't understand the type of glasses I wear, because I wear the type of glasses that wrap around your ears and holds them in place. What I referred to them as flight deck glasses because that's what the Navy called them. That way, when your goggles came off, you couldn't get your eyeglasses couldn't just be sucked off of your head, because
Yeah.
the arms curl around your ears and stick right underneath your earlobes. So
Yeah. Yeah.
it's hard to get them to come off. And but when I got to the VA about a month later, and they did the MRI of my head, they found that there were cracks in my skull, and there was the evidence of the traumatic brain injury in my brain, and
So how did your malpractice suit go?
it didn't happen
Why would it not happen? You would have
because
won
it
that
was too
case.
late. Because you have
How
to
would
be
it be
treated
too
for it.
late?
I don't know. It just didn't seem to be a. I mean, when I went and got my Social Security disability, the lawyer didn't say anything about something like that.
Well, I mean, but if they should have treated you and they didn't, that's medical malpractice. I mean, you could get money, which will help you deal with the.
I wish it's been what 2008 was when all that happened. But
Well,
now
I mean,
I'm having to fight with the administrative state over my Social Security disability because they're trying to take that away again, because there's some the disability is supposed to be reviewed every 10 years, and the last time I got it in 2012, and so the review was in 2022, and now they're wanting to review it again now in 2024. Um,
Is your personal representative a Republican or a Democrat?
I'm not sure. I think yeah, if I remember right, it's a Republican. Uh, Hell, the only reason why I was able to get my VA disability was the fact that the Republican representative helped me get it in the first place, and that's
So
what got me into
so
school. And then I got
contact your representative.
I'm gonna I've got to get a hold of the lawyer that helped me get my Social Security disability in 2012 because he's still there, still in the same office. I got to get somebody to take me out there to go see him. I still remember the first time I got to go see him because his office looked out over the parking lot and he saw me getting out of the vehicle and hobbling in, and he was watching me as I was getting out and getting my mom was helping me get everything together to where I could walk into the offices. And
Dollar bills in his eyes.
yeah, he was like, "Holy shit!" And I went in with some of my medical records with me, like the lady on the phone had told me to do when I was coming in,
Gold
and
mine.
went to the receptionist, and she looked up at me and was like, "Oh my god," and
Pitching.
she said, "Are you Mr. Spake?" And I'm like, "Yes, ma'am." Uh, and she goes, "Okay, so you can sit right over there, and I'll let the lawyer know that you're here." And then she looks
Pitching.
up,
Pitching.
and the lawyer was already standing there, going, "You're Mr. Spake?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir."
Pitching.
And he goes, "Well, instead of sitting down and having to get back up, just come on back into my office." And we went back into his office, and I opened up the files and slid it over to him, and he's just like, "So let me get this straight. You had this happen to you, this, and he's like, just this first page is 100% disability." And then he turns the page and looks at the next page, and he's like going,
Mm.
"Holy shit!" Then he turned to the third and fourth page, and he just looks up at me and says, "I've never had somebody come into my office that is so obviously should have been approved for their Social Security disability on its first application." And he was sitting there looking at the two uh, previous applications I had made that had been uh, denied without even being reviewed. And he's like, "Mr. Speck, all I'm going to charge you is filing fees because this is bad of what they've been putting you through." And then he gave me a list of everything I needed to get done and where to go to get all of the medical records that was going to be required to be submitted. And you know the big paper boxes that paper, printer paper comes in?
Yeah.
Yeah, the big box. One of those big paper boxes is what all of my
With
records were put into.
the kind of box that you have 10 reams of paper in.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a teacher. I see those all the time.
And that was my medical records, and it was so full that the lid had to be taped down so it wouldn't come off.
Okay. So, given that a ream of paper is about 500 sheets of paper, so that's 10 reams of paper, then would be about 5,000 sheets. So you probably had 6,000 sheets of paper.
Yeah, and that's not counting all of the CDs that had all the digital stuff on it.
Sure, sure.
And
So maybe 5,000 sheets of paper plus extra digital copies, which would be super dense.
yes. And he's like, "Okay, we'll be delivering this to the Social Security guys." And when the guy at the Social Security office received the fact that he was going to be the one that was supposed to be reviewing my stuff, he called me and says, "Mr. Spake, I just wanted to let you know I'm going to be the guy that's going to be reviewing your case." And I was like, "Oh, cool. Can you let me know when my medical records get there?" "Sure, I'll call you the day they come in." Well, the day they came in, he didn't call me. He instead was like, "Holy shit." And the lawyer who delivered them said that When I took it, I had to use, the little trolley to put the big heavy box on to push it in there. And the Social Security reviewer looked down at it and says, "What's that?" "This is Mr. Spake's medical records." And he looks at it, looks at him, okay, and he thinks it's not that, that he was just being dramatic by putting it in such a big box until he tried to pick it up. And the lawyer said he had to help the man pick up the damn box and put it on his desk. And then they opened it up, and all the CDs, the digital stuff that was on the top, comes falling out. And he saw that it was all VA stuff. And then he's all the imaging and everything. And he's like, "Holy shit!" And he popped one in to look at the MRIs of my brain and my legs, and he's like going, "Son of a bitch!" And the lawyer's like, "I told you this is going to be a pretty heavy one." And the guy started going through the first stack of papers, and he's like, "Why the hell did they disapprove this?" I mean, when this stuff came, because he looked into it and found out that the first applications came from the hospital that saved my life and put me back together again. And he said that if he had been the one to have gotten that preliminary, it would have already been approved. And the lawyer says, "I know. That's the reason why I'm only charging Mr. Spake the filing fees to get him his disability." And
Because he's like, this is such a clear case. This is free money.
yes. And so the next day, they mailed the letter saying that I had been approved for my disability, my Social Security
Which
disability.
also means you don't necessarily need to find the same lawyer. You could find just about anyone.
Yeah, but I'm going to go to the same lawyer because I have a feeling if I
Sure,
went in there and
but
told him about what I'm going through right
dude,
now,
get there. Like, whatever you got to do, get there.
and the upside is he's the same lawyer that helped my little sister with her case and helped with
Yeah.
my nephew who has mental difficulties and
By
has
all means,
disability.
but just take care of what you got to take care of.
But like I said, I had to go through all that just to get the disability done, and now they're trying to take that away. And all because I speak out against the administrative state. My
Too
mom's my mom,
much.
she went through something similar. I mean, dad in in 2008, while I was still at the VA there in Asheville relearning how to walk, dad went for the testing for Agent Orange poisoning. And that test is super expensive, and the VA will only pay for it once. Well, when when Obama won in 2008, he told the outgoing Bush administration that they wanted to be signing off on the approval processes of the VA disabilities, especially big money disabilities, because dad's would go back with back pay to when he first applied, which was almost 10 years. He was going to get 10 years worth of back pay for his disability. So they sat on it so long, they said that dad would have to go through that test again. And dad would have to pay $5,000 to get that test done. And we didn't have that kind of money because mom and dad was having to help support me because I still hadn't gotten my Social Security disability. I was still fighting to get it. And my VA disability hadn't been increased to where it was supposed to be. And not only were they having to help take care of me at that time, they were having to take care of my little sister who had had a car wreck 4 months after mine that messed up her left hip and her left arm. Where they had to reattach my legs, they had to reattach her left arm. Mid tibula and fibula had to be fixed. And if you look at her arm now, where I've got a big gap missing in my left thigh. She's got that in her left arm. But they were having to help take care of getting dad to the VA hospital, and then go take Laura Jane to her rehabilitation at a civilian facility. And I was sitting out in Asheville for such a long period of time. Mom and my baby sister only came to visit me twice the entire time I was out there. And nobody called me except for my cousin Thomas. And he called me to yell at me saying, "What the hell's wrong with you, man? Your mom says you're not going to try to walk." And I'm like, that's not true, dude.
Yeah.
They have to tie me to the bed to keep me from trying to relearn how to walk. And he's like, "What? Your mom's telling everybody you're just not going to sit in your wheelchair." And I'm like, "Oh no, that ain't happening. Hold on for a second." And I hit the button, and he called one of the nurses in and said, "Can you
Hold
tell
my beer.
tell my cousin about what's going on with me relearning how to walk?" and the
Hold my apple juice.
and the
Or
the
whatever they
nurse.
give you at the hospital.
Well, for me, it was chocolate milk. Oh,
Hold
milk.
my chocolate milk then.
Because it's like, you remember Ralphie May, the comedian Ralphie May, talking about you can't be tard happy. You get chocolate milk and they're happy. Well, that's me. I love me some chocolate milk. I mean, if you gave me a glass of chocolate milk, I'd be like, "Oh, chocolate milk? Yum, 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 yum." And I'd be happy. I'd be sitting there going, "Okay, I want to watch cartoons now." Give me my cat so I can pet my cat. Give me some cartoons on the TV and this big glass of chocolate milk, and I'm happy. The only thing that make me happier is a steak, a nice rare steak.
A chocolate steak.
Yeah, buddy. Chocolate milk's my favorite. But nah, the nurse got on the phone with Thomas and says, "I don't know who's been telling you that he's not trying to walk. I mean, he's actually walking now on the parallel bars and just learning how to walk on his crutches." And to be honest, we have to keep it. We have to make sure he's not overdoing it because, well, he tried to walk when he first got here and fell, and we don't want that happening again. And because I like I said, my mom really didn't think I was going to walk again.
I mean, you had your legs literally cut off. That is a reasonable expectation.
Yeah, me and my dad were the only ones who knew that I was going to walk again. In fact, when they released,
but that was not a matter of like logic. That was a matter of faith. Like you chose to do whatever it took to make sure you regained the capability to walk, and you stuck to it, and you were successful. But that is not a predictable outcome.
True. But for me, it was the man with kind eyes kept sending me back and saying he wasn't done with me yet. And so here I am. I just wish he would have told me what it was that I'm supposed to be doing.
Listen harder.
I'm trying. There are days when I'm not sure what I'm listening, not of what I'm hearing. Sometimes it's tell people,
That's the trick, ain't it?
Yeah. And I keep telling people, we need to love each other. The world needs more love in it, and it's hard whenever you got people calling you a Nazi every time you turn around. And it's
not. It's not harder to love people that are telling you you're a Nazi. It's almost easier.
Yeah.
Because you don't really discover what it is to be able to love someone unconditionally until you can love them without condition. It's almost easier to discover that when the people you have to love are terrible.
Well, the part I'm talking about is trying to convince people to love others when they've got so much hate in their heart. I mean, the only thing in all of creation that I hate is me. So I'm like, I don't hate you. I can't hate you.
Why would you hate yourself, though? That's offensive to me. I mean, I'm not saying that like, oh, hey, I'm so offended on behalf of this other person. I'm not saying like that kind of thing, but I'm just saying like, look, I hear that and I am not inspired by it.
Well, I don't know if you were there when I was talking about why my grandmother, who never cursed, always said the name John fucking Kerry is John fucking Kerry.
Uh-huh.
Um, I would have a little brother that would be 2 years younger than me. His name would have been Roy Daniel. Well, his name was Roy Daniel. And because my little legs couldn't keep up with my mom and the other moms and other dependents that were running from the anti war protesters, she had to carry me. And she was 8 to 9 months pregnant. And the stress of it caused her to,
Miscarry.
yeah, premature labor and everything. And it ended up almost killing her. And it was bad. And at that same time, Dad was over in Vietnam saving the life of a woman who went into labor in a battle zone. And he saved her life, delivered the baby. And when he realized that the North Vietnamese regulars were standing around him with their guns pointed at him and the woman and the newborn, he shifted just enough to where if they did pull the trigger, it would kill just him and the bullets wouldn't go through him into the woman and the baby.
And then they
And
saw that and let him live.
yes. And the whole time they were chasing us, they were calling my daddy a baby killer.
Yeah, of course. That's
And
what was the culture of the time. There's a lot of that about the people in the Vietnam raping and pillaging and all that.
but I know it's irrational for me to hate myself. I know it, and I've been fighting it. The adult in me doesn't hate myself, but I still have that 3-year-old little kid that all he saw.
All you knew was that
I hurt mommy.
Yeah.
And
no, I get that.
And it's something I've been dealing with my whole life after I found out about it. And I found out about it the day my daddy died, October the 13th, 2010, because the whole family had made sure not to tell me about it. My aunt told me about it because I was talking with her about the fact I had found daddy's DD-214 saying that he had got out of the army in 74 instead of 71. And I didn't understand it. And his letter that he wrote to get a hardship discharge just did not make any sense to what I had been told. And Aunt Becky, when she got me home to my apartment, she's like, I disagreed with them whenever they came up with the plan not to tell you what really happened.
Give me a yes or no. Like, you don't need to say publicly or discuss too much right now. I could clarify what I'm talking about later. I sent a message, though, in the private chat. Just give me a yes or no on that.
Not at the moment.
Okay, understood. We can still talk about it later, though, and I'll clarify what I'm talking about, and maybe it'll be a thing that you might be interested in.
Cool. At the moment, all of what I'm doing is to get the money together for Zachary to come home.
Understood. Yeah, and I hope he does soon too. I mean, I know that we talked a bit earlier. In any case, though, like, I mean, how many people we still got with us? Casey Asowski.
It says we got 3, so
I see.
we'll probably be calling it.
I mean, we really should like let's frame it a little bit more. We've got a bit of a prologue preface of the Woodrow Wilson stuff, and I think we should just really walk through it systematically.
All right. Well, one of the things that I'd like to, before we close out, there's a couple other groups that I'll be talking about on here. The history of Planned Parenthood, and Margaret Sanger is going to be one that we'll be touching on.
Woo!
I'm still looking for the first edition of her book, and I have yet to be able to find a copy of it that I can afford. And I'd like to talk about Jim Crow laws, and because that Jim Crow laws is one of those things that I'm like, holy shit.
What time Sanger? What years?
Well, especially the early years
Give me
before the
a span. Give me a span.
during the same period as Woodrow Wilson, because that's when some of the really messed up stuff that she said came out.
Years.
Uh, 1912 through 1930s, because
Okay.
she was
All right.
actually celebrated by Hitler, and
Sure. Sure.
that's one of those things that most people don't get. She was celebrated by Hitler and the Ku Klux Klan, and
Obviously. Yeah.
I mean, I had a friend of mine that was one of the nurses that came in to see me and helped me right after I got out of the hospital after my accident. And she didn't believe me until I started showing her the quotes that Margaret Sanger did. Even I was able to pull up one of the black and white interviews that she did with Wallace. I can't remember his first name. Uh, the the newspaper the newsman that was that used to do um, the Sunday show back in the day whenever they still did cigarette commercials in the middle of the interviews. Uh, I showed her one of those videos on YouTube and some of the stuff that she was saying, and she sat down on my couch and she's like, "Oh my God, I did not know that she was like that." And I'm like, if you can get your hands on one of copies of one of her books where she's talking about, how to get Planned Parenthood off the ground and working, and the fact that she considered minorities like blacks, or as they referred to them at the time, Negroes and coloreds, and Hispanics, the disabled, uh, veterans, all sterilized, and
Hello.
all this stuff,
Uh
and
oh.
it was wild.
You upset the gods of YouTube.
You know, it was some wild stuff. I'm not kidding, man. It was the stuff that this woman was talking about, and openly talking about it, especially in her book. And
Yeah. It was some like unambiguous eugenics.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and
And
but a lot of people don't know that the American progressive movement of the time was really big into eugenics and thoroughbred theory.
yeah.
And
That's one of the reasons why they endorsed the Nazis when
mm-hmm.
they came to, have their rally at Madison Square Garden or whatever in '39. I mean, like,
and
it's a pretty consistent theme all the way since before the Civil War.
yeah, and the scary thing is there were people who were what we would consider good people that actually believed in the thoroughbred theory. But over time, after they saw what eugenics was with the Nazis, that they were like, "Holy shit, that's oh god, what have we done?"
Yeah, they're like, whoa. We think this scientific thing might be true, but that's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I mean, sure, and I mean, the real thing that was
It,
the fundamental flaw that led to the Holocaust was the arrogant presumption to understand what was best genetically. Like the presumption that a human being could determine what should be selected for genetically speaking
yep,
is the real flaw in thinking that led to the Holocaust.
yep.
I
Completely
mean,
ignoring the
like
fact that we're
really,
all human.
really it's
That's
Darwinism that should be just trusted. I mean, if anything, remove some considerations, like end the war on drugs, let the people make their choices and there will be consequences.
unfortunately today's society doesn't want people to have to live with their consequences.
But that's, I mean, like there's a fine line, like, if things are, I can appreciate that there's an entire generation of people that were told, like, hey, if you go to college there'll be jobs, and they were lied to.
Yeah.
Like, and I can understand that, like maybe There are some things like there are certain types of majors that are more predatory, but there are things that like should lead to jobs and just sometimes don't. And that was I can appreciate that something needs to be done to fix the economic consequences of that. And that the system should be changed so that there should be, like maybe we stop doing that and maybe we like,
I
get
really think one of the things that
behavior.
we should put the same type of emphasis on trade schools that we've been putting on college and universities,
Sure, sure.
because there are people
Seems
out
like
there
there were a
that,
bunch of people that were tricked and they're fucked economically. And that's going to really screw the economy because it's enough people that it's a big problem.
yeah, and
And
it's just one of those things that I'm looking at it and thinking,
so, how do we fix that problem? First, we need to bring down the costs of schools so that they're more like reasonable with regards to inflation. Like instead of being they're like 5 times inflated or something like that right now, the cost versus inflation over time.
well,
Uh,
it's the whole thing that they did when it came to school student loans. When they
yeah, yeah, yeah.
stopped putting
That allowed
limits
them to
on it.
inflate the prices like crazy.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that I've the only people who I think that if you want to pay off people's student loans, I would have a couple of caveats to it. I'd agree to it. You pay off the student loans of people who have served the nation. Have they served the nation in a uniform as military, firefighters, paramedics, cops? If they've done that, pay it off. Boom.
What about
Or
teachers?
yeah, teachers as well. Because if you're working as a teacher, you're you're paying back the society. The taxpayers are getting paid back for the money that they spent to get you educated.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, are you familiar with the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program?
I've heard of it, but I haven't got to read it.
So, once you make 120 qualifying payments on student loans, the student loans are forgiven. 120 payments means monthly payments means 10 years worth of public service in one of the fields listed, including teaching.
Yeah, I'm all for it. That's one of the, you know, if they did that, I'm all for it.
That
You've got,
is one of the programs that currently exists. Although right now I'm kind of in a limbo because I'm looking for. There was something where I was in the repayee plan, which was one of the income-driven repayment plans as a teacher, and then I was automatically transferred into the SAVE, i.e., Save Act, under the Biden thing, but it's being stalled by the courts for. I don't know what's going on with the most recent iteration of it, what they've done with it, but it's on forbearance at the moment, which means like the current like months that I'm working at work, I'm not like making payments that count because it's just in forbearance and they're not processing anything at the moment.
yeah.
But once it continues, hopefully eventually I will hit those 10 years worth of payments and be able to cancel it. I do have about a maybe 6 to 12 months worth that I need to get caught up on that are like from times where I didn't have like somebody to fill in the form for me.
Yeah.
So I've got like a little bit of missing time where I was making payments where I was being paid based upon that based upon being a teacher and that kind of salary. And so like they should qualify, but like I'll need to dig up some stuff in order to get that counted. So
Well,
I'm
if I remember right, all you have to do is show that you made your payments.
you have to show that you made your payments and that who you were being paid by was a qualifying public service thing. So PSLF, public service loan forgiveness, is separate from the regular loan forgiveness, which is 20 or 25 years worth of
Hmm.
payment. It's only 10 years worth of payments if you're working in a qualifying public service job, like teaching or like being a cop or whatever, like a lot of the things that you mentioned.
Yeah. Well, to me, I look at it this way: if you're doing a service,
Yeah.
I'm more than willing to pay off the student loans. But
Mm.
it's these people out there that have underwater lesbian basket weaving degrees that I'm like, Are you doing anything to help people? Are you doing any type
Wait,
of
wait,
public
wait.
service? I
Yeah,
mean,
wait. Do you want to know the craziest thing about that? I know that example, underwater basket weaving, gets used a lot. But did you know that underwater basket weaving is actually useful?
yes, but
When it
it's
comes to micro scale manufacturing of things, there are woven things that have to do with like carbon fiber weaving into these geometries, where underwater basket weaving, like because of the resistance of the water with larger basket weaving, this when you're dealing with stuff on the nano scale, it actually becomes relevant again. And so
yes,
like
but
the
these
people
people
that have
are
skill in underwater basket weaving are actually profitable.
yes, but they're not using it that way.
Yeah, no, well, but like you're talking about like African dance theory graduates rather than you're talking about like underwater basket. The people doing underwater basket weaving are actually doing all right. It's the other folks that aren't doing so well.
Yeah. Well, it's just the fact that I look at this stuff and I'm like, there should there are degrees out there that just all they're good for is propagating the degree.
Yeah,
And
I mean philosophy.
it's
Now I like philosophy, but philosophy is a perfect example, and I think
yeah,
that should give us pause too. It's not that every branch of philosophy needs to be like avoided being studied. It's just that we're overrepresented, and that some of the philosophies are not fully considered and don't hold up to scrutiny. You know, I
yeah,
mean, like a lot of the critical theory based stuff. I mean, critical theory ultimately is an oppressor versus oppressed narrative, and so it relies upon what's known syllogistically as an improper conversion of a categorical proposition. Now, to just justify that, because nobody the hell knows what that means. A conversion. So a categorical proposition is something like, you know, some shirts are brown, right? And the
hmm
conversion of that would be switching the subject and the predicate, which would be like some brown things are shirts. And that's true. Like, as long as the first part that some shirts are brown is true, the second part is true. That's a conversion of it. And that's a proper conversion because it's true necessarily, right? As long as the first part's true, the second part's true. And this is an example of a partial affirmative. So some is the partial affirmative. Some shirts are brown. Now, if I were to say something in the universal negative, it also works. Something like no immortals are human, or no humans are immortal. Both of those things are necessarily true if one of them, if one of the things is true, the other one's true.
yeah.
Conversion works in the universal negative. It does not work in the universal affirmative. Like, all the power is held by men.
But that's not true. There's a lot
It's
of women that have
it's
that power.
ultimately it's not true, and so a lot of time they say like most of the power is held by men, but then the conversion that they try is then most men have power, and that just doesn't convert, because ultimately we know, if we really look at it, most of the power, 90% of the power in the world is held by like 0.1% of the people.
Yeah.
We know that. We can see that. And that's been like the focus of even people we disagree with, like communists. Let's be real. Most people who are upset politically recognize that the power is held by a small number of people. They just disagree on how to categorize that group of powerful people.
Yeah, that's true. It really is. Well, I hate to do this. We're about to hit the 4 hour mark.
Yeah. No,
But like I said, we
8 o'clock appointment with some friends to watch a movie or something.
sweet. I'm thinking about watching either uh, Despicable Me 4 or the extended cut of Mel Gibson's The Patriot. It's
Ooh.
And tomorrow, believe it or not, I'm actually thinking about watching The Revenge of the Nerds, the Atomic Wedgie collection, which is all four Revenge of the Nerds movies.
Oh God.
Hey, I remember those movies when they first came out, man.
Hey, I remember. Hey, I grew up with that kind of stuff. Like, I love those sorts of movies myself too. Although, with a modern lens, from the sensibilities of a person in the 2020s, there are some things about some of those Revenge of the Nerds movies that are real messed up.
Yeah, but back then, it was that's one
Back
of the
then,
things I
and it's wild to see it. It's wild to see it. I just got to say, with the Revenge of the Nerds in particular, there's a couple things about it that are like, whoa.
yeah, we have Bush. We have Bush. Uh,
I'm thinking more about the Darth Vader thing.
yes, that was pretty. Oh,
That's the thing where I'm like, yeah, that's like jail time right there for sure.
yeah. But like I said, it was a different time, and that's the thing.
In the movies,
Yes,
in the
and
movies, it was.
but like I said, there's stuff in this life that nowadays that I just look at it that we try to judge the past with today's lens, and we
Oh
end
yeah,
up and we end up ignoring all the hard work that some of those people did to give us the world we have today. I mean,
yeah. Look. I'll tell you, if you were to ask me my favorite color, I'd be a pain in the ass, and I wouldn't give you a straight answer because I just genuinely don't pick favorites very often. But I do have a favorite book. It's the only book I've ever read more than once, and it's "Stranger in a Strange Land" by Robert Heinlein. I don't know if
yeah,
you're familiar with it, but
I
like
think I've read it twice.
I grok. I mean, like grokking is an important concept for me, uh, and I think that people could stand to benefit from some of the things in that book.
Yeah, that's true. I do believe that because I believe we need more love in the world. We need to get to learn how to be forgiving, be more accepting and tolerant because we've got to a point now where you're attacked for showing tolerance.
Yeah,
And
love thy neighbor.
yes, and that's like I said, I've dealt with I had friends of mine that won't talk to me anymore because I have taken a stand over the fact that I am a free speech absolutist. I believe that if you allow bad speech to be heard, people are going to see it for the bad speech it is and hold them accountable for it.
Well, here I'll intellectually prove it to the doubters at the moment. So, one of the things that I've observed happening is that the first people to get banned from a website are people like the actual neo Nazis and actual fascists and things like that. And then what happens is they form somewhere else where it is okay to go and talk about whatever. Then at some later time, someone with a milder offense like misgendering gets banned, goes
Mm-hmm.
over to this other site, and then what you end up doing is you end up increasing the recruitment for some of these groups like the KKK or whatever else you're looking at. I mean, some I literally don't know the name of whatever modern neo-Nazi groups there are in the US.
Stormfront is one of them.
Okay, then Stormfront. Let's go with that. I mean, like, let's say the KKK and Stormfront. Like, you increase the recruitment of these kinds of groups by putting people away from the main group of people having a conversation because there's confirmation bias, or it's not confirmation bias. It's more of a conformity drive.
Mm-hmm.
People are driven to conform with the group that they're exposed to. So if you have a group that's disproportionately full of literal Nazis, and you then start, blocking this person or blocking that person, the place where they're going to go is going to be an environment that is mostly Nazis, and they're going to start having their conformity bias happen in the reverse direction.
and thus radicalizing.
Exactly.
See, that's one of the reasons why I've spoken out. I mean, when one of my heroes was if I remember right, he was a blues singer. He's a blues singer. His last name is, I think his name is Miles Davis. He has a big room that's filled with nothing but KKK Klansman robes in it that were given to him as gifts from
Daryl Davis.
that's him. That he basically had talked them out of being racist bastards.
Yeah, he said he's probably de-radicalized about 1,000. He's just only got about 200 robes.
Yeah. And that alone, is one of my reasons why I say banning people because of their speech. You're radical. You're making it easier for them to stay radicalized.
Dude, that's the kind of thing where, like, on some spiritual level, I hope he experiences the halls of Valhalla or some shit like that. Like, I mean, the fact that that's what he's achieved is just truly inspirational.
Yes, he is. Like I said, he is my hero,
And he's
I
protested by the far left when he was going to speak at a certain place. Like people just didn't understand, and they were like opposing him as a white supremacist,
and he's
like
black.
and some of his public appearances were canceled. I know, because like Tim Pool was trying to schedule something, and he's talked about it in the time since, where there was something where like the venue was saying like, hey, like, we're getting these bomb threats, and like we just can't have we just can't have the event. Like we literally can't, or whatever consequences to themselves, which is like, under the circumstances, understandable, but like at the same time, it's super messed up that's how that played out. And I think there might have been a happy ending to the story. Maybe there was some other place nearby that was able to accommodate a fraction of the audience, but like, it's just it's wild that people oppose him given what he's about
And what he's accomplished. I mean,
yeah
it's like I said, they don't believe, the left doesn't believe in redemption anymore. They don't believe in true tolerance. And that's the part that scares the hell out of me
Well, they believe
because,
in an intolerance of intolerance. They're just misguided about where intolerance exists. And so they just express a wild overrepresentation of intolerance,
yeah. And I mean,
which is super ironic.
yes, it's like they're being what they accuse others of being,
Yes.
and they don't see it. And that's the part that scares me. That's one of the reasons why I'm always questioning myself in what I say and what I do. And I'm hoping that that makes me a better person
But you
because,
got to see it too. Like, I mean, it happens on the right all the time as well. And
yeah,
that's what's important to see, is that a lot of times there's people who, for religious beliefs or for whatever reason, want to have the government step in and make some decision. And that is the nature of authoritarianism, is having the government decide things.
yeah,
Period.
that's the part that I stand against. I don't want the government making those
So,
decisions.
but I mean, but then there's people who, let's, for example, abortion, right? There's people whose motivation legislatively is religious in nature.
Mine
And
is humanitarian in nature, but
I
even
get that.
then,
Look, I get that, and I said it very carefully because I know that that's not the only way it goes.
but I'm
Right?
also the type that believes
It's
I
just,
have medical training and
it's just
background, so I'm like, it's a procedure that needs to remain legal. I just don't think it should be used the way it's being used as a form
look,
of birth control.
I mean, there's a lot of people who really wish it would go back to safe, legal, and rare.
Yes.
Like, I get that, and it's just beside the point at the moment. Like the point is that, like, there are people who would impose their will for religious reasons, and that is also authoritarian, and that is also to be avoided. I mean,
Yes, and I oppose it too.
I think I think that legality is not and should not be morality.
Yeah, it's there's God's law and there's Madden's law, and they two should never overlap.
Man's law should be constructed in such a way that no innocent person should suffer. That
Yep.
someone does not need to become a lawyer in order to understand how to avoid persecution. That a person should be able to live a simple life comfortably
Mm-hmm.
and
Exactly.
should be able to go about reasonable behaviors without fear of legal consequence. Like, I mean, for example, the whole law is about like short barreled shotgun. You know, if you own a shotgun, you should be able to saw off the front of it and not face enormous legal consequences, rendering you unable to own a firearm or vote or, you know, like stay out of jail. Like, I mean, that's insane. The fact that that's what happens in that situation is insane. You know, I mean, like there's a number of laws on the books. You know, what's it? Somebody wrote a book once where it was the average American commits 3 felonies a day on average.
Yeah, I remember that book.
Yeah,
I
right.
just can't remember the name of it.
You're right, but I mean, like that same sort of thing. Like, I mean, you know, we've got an enormous number of laws that should just be repealed, either because they're directly unconstitutional, or because we've learned better, or because they're just no longer relevant. Like, you know, I mean, women can ride donkeys on Sunday in, you know, whatever Kalamazoo, Tennessee, or whatever it is.
Well, in South Carolina, legally, you're not supposed to have back pockets.
Right, right, that kind of
That,
thing.
that that law's still on the books, and that law was done to stop public drunkenness.
And that's insane. You know, like, I mean, I was having an argument with somebody recently who was talking about hunting laws, and I was just like, and you know, I mean, like, I understood that, like, if I wanted to go hunting, I would have to follow the laws such as they are, and I would do so, but, you know, begrudgingly, because, you know, I mean, you have to get these spacers if you get a shotgun,
Mm-hmm.
and it's such that you can only hold 3 rounds. And I was just like, it's dumb. Like, I mean, why can't I just load 3 rounds? Like, why is that behavior prohibited? You know, and like the fact that laws are constructed in such a way that reasonable behavior is illegal,
Mm-hmm.
that bothers me. I want laws where only like make it the law that you can't load more than 4. And then, like, sure, if you're out hunting and you've got these special permissions, maybe then you get special abilities for people to inspect your firearm and see how much you've got loaded. And if you've got more than 3 rounds loaded, well, then you're fucked.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, I mean, but to inspect your firearm and make sure that you have these special spacers making you incapable of loading more than that, you know, I just, you know, why do you need to have this special thing? Why do you need to have something be designed such that it can be disabled in this way that might prevent innovation in the field of shotguns? You know what I'm saying? You know, like, this is it just I hate those sorts of laws that prohibit reasonable behavior as a byproduct of trying to prevent, like, yeah, truly intolerable behavior like poaching or whatever.
Well, that was the one of the reasons why they made it
Suppress,
banned suppressors. It was to stop
which,
the poaching during the Great Depression when people would go out hunting for food
I mean,
because they couldn't afford to buy food.
and that upsets me too. I mean, I've literally got my primary carry with its built-in suppressor right on my leg right now.
Yeah,
I
and
moved to a state where I could get it just so that I could get it.
it drives me nuts. Some of the, like I said, the administrative states. What I think is one of the biggest problems that we've got today. And Woodrow Wilson's the guy who started it all. And if you get a chance to read Philip Drew, Dru, administrator, it'll allow you to understand what Woodrow Wilson wanted. I mean, that was how he wanted the presidency to be.
Well, you do your job here, and I'll be able to, have a decent understanding without all that.
Well, this is one of the books I'm actually looking to buy. There's like 5 books I really want to buy hard copies of, and that's one of them. I'm looking right now from Up for Slavery, uh, one of the earlier editions that hasn't been rewritten, because a lot of the Up from Slavery books are now they're putting stuff in there saying that we don't think that George Washington Carver actually came up from slavery, and I'm like, wow.
Oh wow! Hey, it is. We are a little ways in. It's after
Yep,
8 o'clock.
yep. Well, I'll see you later, everybody uh, that that's listening in. Please think about the things in the life that you love and share them, because that's the one reason why pop culture is so important. It's what brings us together. It unifies us. It's what allows people of very different opinions to be able to come together and agree on something. And it's by sharing the things that we love that we can change the world for the better. And by knowing the history that we've dealt with in the past, hopefully we can learn from those mistakes and not repeat them. And we really could use that right now as people with a little bit more tolerance and a little more kindness and a little bit more love for their fellow man and fellow woman and other kin, that we can make the world a better place. And just know that I love y'all, and y'all be good. And yeah, be good to each other. Love you guys.
Be excellent to each other. Party on, dudes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, best time travel movie ever.
Yeah, buddy. Y'all be good.
Bye bye. Yeah, yeah. Y'all be good. Y'all be good. Have a good night.